Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser, Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney,
Here.
Tobias.
I'm here.
All right, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward? All right, seeing none, we're going to close citizen comments. It's now closed. Next up is executive session. City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A through H pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:04 p.m. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. That was for the executive session. Good evening. The time is 7:05 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 16th. I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser, Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney,
Here.
Tobias.
I'm here.
All right, 7 members are present. We have a quorum. Next up is approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to consider the approval of the city council meeting minutes for September the 2nd for the special meeting and the regular meeting minutes as well, same date.
Second.
All right, it's a motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo that we approve the minutes as read. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Our motion carries 6-0. All right, next up is citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have several folks who are already registered to speak, so I will call you up one at a time. We will be keeping fairly close to the 3 minutes, so please wrap up when you hear the ding, just because of the quantity of folks that are speaking. All right, first up is Jack Parrot.
Is it on?
Yes, sir.
My name is Jack Parrott. I'm here to speak on the proposed 77% rate increase for the ETJ. I found your study to be unequitable and severely discriminatory towards residents outside the city limits. Different studies were used, different years were used. Residents are being charged under a harsher framework than ICL residents, inflating their costs by nearly 1/3. M1 stresses that all customer classes must be analyzed under the same framework for equity. That was not done. Double charging for PID and mud infrastructure. Many OCL neighborhoods finance their own water sewer infrastructure through PIDs and mud fees. Industry standards, AWWA M1 manual, require that these contributions in aid of construction be excluded from the rate base. Ratalis excluded impact fee funded assets, but did not exclude PID mud funded assets. Impact, OCL residents are being charged depreciation and a profit margin on assets they already paid for. Nearly 32% of OCL revenue requirement, $1.97 million, comes from this double charging. M1 is explicit that developer-funded or contributed assets must be excluded from the rate base. CIP inflation over master plan. The city is using $700 million figure to justify steep OCL increases, even though the master plan, 2024 water master plan, shows only $199 million for the next 15 years. Where did that $700 million come from? Public Utility Commission has authority to disallow inflated or imprudent capital costs in settling outside city rates. Impact. If Kyle's CIP figures are found excessive, the PUCT can force the city to reallocate OCL rates using the master plan's documented engineered base costs. Much of the OCL water use comes from temporary irrigation accounts used by developers to sod new homes. Proper practice is to recover those costs through impact fees and developer charges, not permanent OCL residential rates. By blending developers with residents, the study artificially inflated OCL cost of service. Meter count and usage discrepancies. The city manager's report was based on bills, not meters. Dividing by 12 shows only 11,000 active meters, far less than the Reftalis assumed in 2025. The city manager's report also cited 2.1 million gallon per day average OCL use, but this masks the much higher peak demands driven by developer irrigation. Averaging period bias. ICL study 2024 used a 2-year average of billed gallons, smoothing out high use years. The OCL study 2025 used a 3-year average, pulling in high irrigation year and raising OCL's average use. This inflated the OCL's share of costs by as much as 15 to 20%, directly contributing to the 77% increase. This is a violation of M1's requirement for consistency. Transparency. AWWA M1 requires COS studies to disclose total billed gallons by customer class and reconcile them with total purchased produced water. Number of accounts, meters by size and class, billed consumption by class, average day, and maximum hour demands. Customer use data must be compiled by class of service and must be equal in the studies. Reftalis did not disclose total billed gallons by class in its report. This omission prevents verification of non-revenue water. Millions of gallons of lost or wasted each year, violates the transparency standards Reftalis claims to follow.
Thank you, sir. All right, next up is all right, folks, we have a rule about clapping. We can't be clapping as a group. We're going to let each person speak their mind, whatever they want to speak for or against. We're not going to engage as a group and allow them to speak. So next up is Bil Sha.
Hi, I'm Bil Sha. I'm resident of Six Creeks. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. First, thank you for inspiring every Six Creek resident to become a part-time data analyst. Nothing says community engagement like reviewing spreadsheet, tracking water usage, and realizing how unfair our bills already feel, and how much worse they could become. You have given us all a new hobby, calculating how fast our hard-earned money will erode if the proposed rate hike goes through. Second, thank you for bringing the community together. Nothing unites neighbors quite like prospect of water rate increase that are not only steep, but downright discriminatory. Forget block parties. Our new bonding activities comparing bill and asking why fairness isn't part of this proposal. But on a serious note, you each took an oath to serve the public. You already know these hikes are not in best interest of the people you swore to protect. Even if the origin of this problem predates your time as council members and mayor, here, letting it move forward under your watch makes you equally accountable. Leadership isn't about passing blame. It's about stopping something you know is wrong before it harms the community. So tonight, I urge you to honor your oath, protect your constituents, reject this rate hikes, because if trust in the council erodes, no amount of infrastructure that this council approves to build, this resident are just gonna leave the city and move on with their lives. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Ankeith Nadella.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Ankeith Nadella, and I'm here again as an outside city limits resident of Six Creeks. I was here in the last meeting, and several residents spoke on the subject of water rate increase, raised legal concerns, financial hardships, and raised fairness questions. But when the rate item came up for discussion, there wasn't any discussion on this topic. There's no discussion about the concerns we raised just a few minutes earlier. That was disheartening, frankly. 4 weeks ago, I emailed 5 council members expressing concerns about this water rate increase. I appreciate the one member who responded, saying they would look into it, but I'll admit I was disappointed not to hear back from the others. Not because I expected an agreement, but because I hoped for acknowledgement. Does this mean residents of Six Creeks do not matter to the city council? Do our problems do not matter? I'm sorry. We asked for evidence that we, outside city customers, actually cost you 77% more to serve than inside city customers. I've also noted legal precedents in my last meeting here that question such large rate differentials. Again, no discussion was done on this matter. I would like to ask, is this sustainable in the long term, increasing the water rates every year? Let me remind everyone, it's 77% this year, 20% next year, 25% the year after, 8% the year after, 5% the year after. Where are we going? I understand we need water infrastructure. I understand we are growing, but at the same time, this is not sustainable. Aren't there any other solutions? Is this the way we are going to go forward in the future? 10 years down the line, are we going to pay $500 at a minimum before we use any water? Does the council think that is sustainable? And it's best for the residents. Would there be no discussion if this 77% water rate increase was proposed for inside city limits customers? Is it because we don't have a vote? Because there is no acknowledgement to the email or the topic in the previous meeting, I'll have to believe that is the case, unfortunately. Anyways, that's time up, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Michael McDonald.
Before I get to my main subject, I would like to mention once again the City of Kyle organization chart. Why? Well, it seems that most of this city council has either forgotten or doesn't care about who they answer to. So I just wanted to provide a much needed reminder. The chart shows that the citizens of Kyle are at the top, with the mayor and city council beneath them. Unfortunately, most of the council continues to ignore the chart. Hopefully, this will change in November due to the election. In life, we all answer to someone else, and this city council is not the exception. I wish I didn't have to keep pointing this out, but you're just not getting it. I'd like to speak this evening about manipulating data to fit a narrative. During the citizens' comments on 8/19/2025 council meeting, I mentioned again that the council does not listen to the citizens. Mayor Mitchell responded to my comment at the 3-hour and 7-minute mark saying, we asked the voters if they wanted us to do that, and which is, what Mr. McDonald was saying earlier about we answer to the voters. Well, he was saying like we don't, but the truth is we asked the voters what they cared about the most, and they said fixing our roads, and we put forth a proposition. Then he goes on to say, do you want us to do that and fix your roads? And they overwhelmingly, 65%, it was not close, said yes. That's what they want. His statement is true or not true. According to his narrative, he is trying to say that they do listen to citizens because they passed a road bond in 2022 with 65% of the voters saying yes. According to Community Impact and Data USA, in 2022, when the City of Kyle road bond was voted on, the population of Kyle was 48,484. Of this total, there were 35,345 total eligible voters over the age of 18 in Kyle. In 2022, only 16,658, 47.5% of eligible voters voted. 10,724, 65%, voted yes. 5,934, 35% voted no. In 2022, 18,687, or 52.5% of the eligible voters did not vote. So, out of the 35,345 eligible voters in 2022 who voted, 10,724, 30%, voted yes. 24,621, 70%, did not vote for the road bond. In reality, 65% of eligible voters did not vote for the road bond. So if Mayor Mitchell is willing to manipulate the data on this issue, just imagine all the other issues he is manipulating to fit his narratives. Would you trust this person to spend our tax dollars wisely? Look at our current and proposed budget and our tax rate. There's
Thank you,
your
Mr.
answer.
Nadella. All right, next up is Manohar Mandalapu. Sorry.
Manohar Mandalapu.
Sorry,
Yeah.
thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Manohar Mandalapu, again as resident of Six Creeks regarding the water rate increase. Thank you for allowing me to share my concern regarding the proposed increase in water and wastewater utility rates. I respectfully ask you to carefully consider the fairness and impact of these changes, particularly on residents of the ETJ. ETJ families are facing increases that are 5 to 10 times higher than those for city residents. Since ETJ residents do not have a vote in city elections, these disproportionate increases feel especially difficult as we have no representations in the decisions being made. To share a personal example, I was away in another state for 3 months. During the time, my water usage was nearly zero, and I was still responsible for the full minimum charges of $81.51 per month. Under the proposed rates, that minimum would rise to $131 a month and $600 per year, even in months where little or no water is used. This places a significant and unreasonable burden on families, especially who lives in ETJ. Mayor and Council, we're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for fair treatment. ETJ residents should not be penalized with disproportionately high increases for essential services. We respectfully argue to reconsider this proposal and work towards rate adjustments that are fair, balanced, and respectful to all residents. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Melissa Medina.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm here respectfully to express opposition on your consent agenda item number 19, the new law, SB 1173, HB 4747, which effective September 1st raises the competitive procurement threshold from $50,000 to $100,000 in the state of Texas. While we understand that this threshold hasn't been adjusted since 1999, and that the intent is to reflect current market conditions, we believe this change undermines key principles of transparency, accountability, and fair access, especially at the local level. By allowing contracts under $100,000 to bypass the formal competitive bidding process, we open the door to potential and probable abuse, favoritism, or at the very least, the perception of it. That perception matters, which you must admit that perception is already skewed. Trust in local government is built on transparency, and when sums of large taxpayer money can be spent without open competition, that trust is at risk. Again, that trust by taxpayers is already damaged. This also has direct impact on small and local businesses in our community. Competitive bidding gives them a fair shot at earning city contracts. By raising the threshold, we risk sidelining those businesses in favor of known vendors, even if they're not offering the best value. Even for non-local vendors, contracts in the $50,000 to $100,000 range may involve significant public service or infrastructure that residents care about, such as roads, water, etc. Bypassing competition in that range could lead to higher costs and lower quality. We're not arguing against efficiency. We all want our city to operate smoothly, but efficiency must be balanced with fairness, transparency, and public oversight. This law shifts that balance too far in the wrong direction for our city, especially when our taxpayers are already being faced with a raise in taxes and lack of trust in our city officials. We ask that the council take a closer look at how this law will be implemented locally and to consider adopting stricter local procurement standards if needed to protect public funds and ensure that all vendors get a fair opportunity. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next up is Ivon Floresk.
Good evening, Council. Today is the 11th hour, and as we are all aware, any changes to the city's budget would be taboo, and some may say forbidden. But I'm here to share with you a story about a city council meeting that occurred almost 7 years ago on this day. On September 4th, 2018, Councilmember Dex Ellison graciously thanked staff for their hard work, but stated that due to the $50,000 line budget for the lobbyists, he would not be voting in favor of the city's budget. After each council member had spoken, Mayor Pro Tem Shane Araby firmly defended his position while discussing amendments to the second reading to the city's annual budget. During this meeting, Mayor Mitchell, in his first year as mayor, openly expressed his frustration with last-minute changes proposed by Mayor Pro Tem Araby. He described the situation as uncomfortable and stated that the approach taken was not a good one, emphasizing that he was being asked to vote on matters that he was unfamiliar with, a rather ironic situation in today's context. Despite Mayor Mitchell's pointed remarks, Mayor Pro Tem Araby remained steadfast in his proposal to reallocate the $50,000 from the lobbyist budget towards essential improvements, which included $10,000 for inclusive park equipment, $7,000 to create workspace for PD staff, $8,000 for the police department to implement barcode tracing and reporting software, $5,000 for the city's summer reading program. I share this story with the hope that each of you will feel empowered to advocate for changes that matter to you, regardless of which budget meeting which you present them. Speaking up is necessary to address possible taxpayer misuse of funds, such as the $2 million allocated for real estate on page 222 of the budget. This amount could be better spent on essential projects like County Road 158, which currently has only $600,000 allocated for the next 5 years, yet serves thousands of homes with hundreds already approved for development and a large yellow rezoning sign which indicates that hundreds of more of homes are to come. Additionally, the city has no funds set aside for necessary City Hall improvements, even though City Hall needs to be expanded to accommodate administrative staff who currently temporarily house in the Public Safety Center. I have to ask, is anyone up there thinking this far ahead? Better yet, instead of allocating $2 million for real estate, the city could redirect those funds to improve FM 150 sidewalks and other enhancements, which according to this budget won't receive any funding until 2030. I could provide more examples, but like many people present and those online, I realize that our voices often fall on deaf ears. My advice to anyone willing to listen is, in a world where you can be anything, strive to be a Shane Araby.
All right, thank you. Next up is Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, members of council. It looks like a busy night at City Hall. I wonder why. We've been sounding the alarm for a long time. We were told we were not in a water emergency a little over a year ago, even though there would be a $2,000 fine for watering our foundations to avoid damage to our homes and to keep our lawns and plants alive. Early last year, we had already used 80% of our water and had to strike a deal with San Marcos to purchase water from them. We repeatedly asked for a moratorium on buildings so we could better plan for our infrastructure solutions. Instead, the council continues to this day to plow ahead at breakneck speed to develop our city as quickly and as recklessly as possible. To this day, you continue to allow developments that are outside of our water jurisdiction to be placed on the city's water system. We had been told that bringing ARWA would ensure our water for 50 years. It changed to 20 and then 10. I'm sure this is in part due to all the development that's not within the city's water jurisdiction being added to our stressed water system. Project Sahara with retail and apartments is one example of what we should not be adding to our water system at this time. Stop voting for PIDs. While I feel for the residents of Six Creeks, please know that you are still coming out way ahead of us residents that are in the city limits. Don't allow your subdivision to be annexed in. You'll be sorry. If you think of selling your homes because your water rates are rising 77%, as some of you stated at the town hall, some of us in the city limits may feel compelled to buy them in order to save money. I take issue with everything from reckless council spending to planning an administrative reorganization while on the verge of passing this year's budget without exposing any details to the public. We don't know where the money's coming from to make these changes. Why the secrecy? We need transparency. I implore all of council to take another look at the budget and tax rate and be champions for our city. Stop this madness. Thank you, council members Zuniga and Tobias, for caring about our city and for your ethics. Part of the issue is that the mayor's just saying what he wants us to hear and not the facts. For example, the road bond, everyone wants decent roads. To say the tax rate would be a 59-cent increase means nothing to the average voter. They don't calculate how many dollars that will take out of their pocket. Stop the sportsplex. This is only going to add to our residents' financial burden. Why pay for a comprehensive plan when it may never be used? Don't allow another waste of money like our other $1 million plan for parks that was thrown away. That's our hard-earned money. We have an election coming up soon. While it's not a presidential election year, I strongly urge all voters to come out and vote. Now's the time to make a huge positive change for our city. We can continue down the same path, which will hit your wallets in a big way over the next few years, or we can stop this runaway train. There's 4 positions opening up, mayor and 3 council members. Look at the Kyle Council's Citizen Oversight Facebook page. These are not a couple of people with an axe to grind. People on this page are bringing the receipts, exposing what our council's been up to, and providing documentation. They're not being manipulated. Residents, stop being apathetic. The decisions made by this council in the budget for your city will affect your personal budget. Do your homework, know the issues, and ask questions and vote wisely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is Derek Ben.
Mayor and council, standing room in the chamber is proof positive this is a concern. While some are busy arguing left and right, stand before you really to talk about right and wrong. We come to talk about that piece of it. This issue and the budget are, this water issue with 6 Creek 77%, and your budget are really the issues of the next election. 77% increase, dude. That's outrageous, not to mention wrong. As a community, we should share and coming together to solve problems. I don't think anybody has an issue with that. If we all share in it, that's it. That's part of the resident or being a responsible citizen. 20% is a lot, 77% is outrageous. And there's no way to ask the few to share the financial weight of the many. I understand there are 2 ways to balance a budget. Increase income, decrease expenses. You guys have some tough decisions to make, but asking a few to take on that piece when, let's get this right, residential, Kyle residents go up 20%, commercial comes down, and the ETJ goes up 77%. That doesn't make sense, dude. If this happens, there will be an appeal. Kyle City Council has some interesting days ahead, and I know there is even some drama internally, but if this happens, Kyle will too. We want to work with you, but at that point, you have to do what you have to do for families, and to push that to an appeal is where that's going. I know, Mayor Mitchell, you have some other options after November, but for the rest of the seats, we're watching. I think Kyle is watching, and receipts will be remembered. Currently, we can't vote in 6 Creeks, but I know we can influence. So my thought would be to vote carefully because we're watching. One more time, 77% is ridiculous. Here's the thought. If the excess water is being used by developers, why not charge the developers?
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Graham Cuse.
Howdy, council. I just moved here legit a week ago. Born and raised here in Austin, and then I move out here trying to raise my family, and then I find out that we're getting a 77% increase on our water bill right off the bat. I haven't had a bill yet, but I just know that that's ridiculous. And I moved out here trying to, like, hey, I want to start a new family, and then I get hit with that, and I want to have younger generations be able to afford to live out here. And this is ridiculous. Trying to get younger people and be able to afford this life is not going to be possible. And I mean, if you want to have a younger generation out here, that's going to be the future. You can't have 77% water increases out of nowhere. So I really think, as I look around the room, probably the youngest one here, but I want to be the next generation of a city like this, and we're not going to be able to afford it with 77% increases right out the blue. So please consider wanting to have a younger generation out here soon.
All right, thank you. All right, those are all the comments forms that I have. Does anybody else have a form that they filled out? All right, if you can bring me the form. Or state your name for the record, please.
My name is Domingo Casta, Mayor, City Council. I'm very familiar with the rates, the structures. I used to work for GTE, which is now Verizon. And we had to go before the PUC every year to justify our rates. And I didn't know that here in Six Creeks, the infrastructure that was set by a developer, that you included the cost of the infrastructure and its depreciation as part of your rate base. Well, that in itself would make your study null and void. It would not pass PUC. That's one of my concerns. Second is, me and my girlfriend, Nelly Badetta, went a while back to visit our friends in East, here in the east part of town. And she lived in the mobile home, been living there for 45 years. And she didn't know anything about the 78% water increase. And when we told her that, she said, what am I going to do? I can't afford that. I've been here 45 years. I can barely make it what I'm doing right now. So I'm not sure if you all considered that or not. So like the rest of my people that live in Six Creeks, I will also ask you to please reconsider that rate increase. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, council, neighbors, and citizens of Kyle. My name is Liz Newberry. Before I start, I request that agenda items 26 and 27 be moved up, please. First, I want to express my concern that this council has lost sight of fiscal responsibility. The recent tax increase is not about the needs of residents, it's about out-of-control spending. Credit card abuse is real. Why are taxpayers covering the mayor's dry cleaning, coffee, and meals? Why is Bear using city funds to take residents to lunch and buy coffee? Why are lavish trips being taken on our dime when the city's needs should be handled here at home? Meanwhile, we are in extreme water shortage. Our roads are crumbling, and yet excessive building continues unchecked. The focus of this council has been on the wrong priorities, and it is disheartening to see decisions made against the citizens of Kyle rather than for them. You are literally taxing people out of their homes, and it shows in your attitudes and body language during these meetings that you are not listening to residents during the 3 minutes of time. Frankly, I find it disgusting. Okay, agenda item 6. I am a supporter of the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, both financially and with goods. However, I do not feel that taxpayer money should be used to fund this organization, especially if there is a conflict of interest with our city council. Private support, including my own, should remain the backbone of such efforts, not city tax dollars. Agenda item 12. I'd love to know who Susan Sigalo is, what her qualifications for her appointment would be, where did she come from, and were other candidates even considered? I hope David Lopez will address this shortly. Agenda number 15. What exactly are the core values of the council? Are there any? Citizens deserve to know what values guide your decisions. Agenda item 28. Why are 20 new full-time employees being added? For what purpose? The citizens deserve to know exactly who, why, and what they're being asked to pay for. Agenda number 30. I must reiterate, you are taxing the poor and the elderly out of their homes. Agenda items 31 through 33. I am vehemently opposed to eminent domain if it involves anyone's home or property. It is one thing if a resident agrees, it is another for this council to play God with people's lives and land. What has happened to Mr. Green is inexcusable. My hope for the city is that we find sound-minded people to come in, to listen to the citizens and do the right thing. And I will add lastly, Claudia Zapata, for those of you who don't know, She had moved out of the city of Kyle for an extended period of time. She has yet to respond to my question. And that does not allow in the city charter. She's supposed to be living here permanently, and she did not. And I think it's awful that you guys have not addressed that. Thank you.
All right, next up is Larry Gillick.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to address the proposed 77% increase in water and wastewater rates for outside city customers. I understand the city's position that new pumps, new lines, new infrastructure is needed to deliver water beyond the city limits, and that Kyle residents should not bear that burden alone. But equity, by definition, requires fairness, and fairness requires proportionality, representation, and transparency. First, proportionality. Outside city customers already pay 17% more than in-city customers for the same service. That premium has long been justified as covering the added cost for serving beyond the city limits. Now, we are told that 77% more is needed without a shared cost justification that clearly demonstrates this number is tied to actual expenses. What transparency study shows that outside customers are responsible for cost of that magnitude and not being asked to subsidize more than their fair share? Second, representation. Equity cuts both ways. Kyle residents have representation on this council. Outside city customers do not. Yet we are being asked to shoulder the steepest increase. How is it equitable to raise rates on those without a vote by 77%, while city residents see only a 20% increase? If fairness is the true goal, then the City Council should consider creating an advisory mechanism so outside customers who are directly affected have a voice in these decisions. Third, timing and phasing. If the pumps and water and other infrastructure are future projects, why impose the full increase immediately? Why not phase the adjustment in as those projects are completed and placed into service? That way, customers are paying the infrastructure that they are actually using and they actually receive, and not subsidizing projects into the future. Finally, transparency. The city's own budget shows that millions of dollars are being transferred each year from the water and wastewater utility funds into the general fund. If rates are being raised in the name of infrastructure, how can the city assure customers, especially those outside the city, that these dollars will be used for water and wastewater projects and not diverted to some other general fund expense? Equity should mean that fairness for everyone, but a 77% increase on top of a 17% premium we already pay, imposed on customers with no representation and without a shared cost justification, does not look like equity. I respectfully urge the council to reconsider both the size and the pace of this increase. Provide a transparent shared cost service study, phase the change in with actual projects, and ensure every dollar goes directly to the water and wastewater infrastructure. That's how you achieve true equity for all customers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Kyle Lavell.
Good evening, Mayor Mitchell, Councilman Rizzo, Zuniga, Harris, McKinney, Tobias. I am Kyle J. Lavell, a resident of Kyle and a candidate for City Council. First, thank you for the long hours that go into shaping our budget and keeping vital services running. I know these decisions are not easy, but I come tonight because real families are worried. A proposed 77% increase for ETJ neighbors by 2026 is not just a number on a spreadsheet. For many households, it is the difference between paying the water bill and cutting back on groceries, medicine, or the activities that their kids love. Even when a third-party study shows the costs, People feel the weight of that figure in a very personal way. That is why clarity and trust are so important. When changes of this size are considered, residents need to see and feel that process is transparent and that the numbers are solid. People want to understand exactly why the increase is necessary and how will it protect the future of Kyle's water system. Looking forward, I believe we can turn this challenge into an opportunity by transparent modeling, sharing the key data and assumptions in plain language so every resident can see how the figures were reached, predictive long-range planning, using strong data forecasting so investments are phased and families are not surprised by sudden large hikes in the years ahead. Technology adoption. I'm encouraged that smart meters are already being installed. Clear updates on the rollout and guidance on how to use these tools to track usage and spot leaks can give families more control and help reduce peak demand. Kyle is growing at an incredible pace, and if we plan boldly and communicate openly today, we can keep our water reliable and affordable tomorrow. My comments are not to oppose the city's work, but to stand with the people who will feel these decisions every month. Let us make sure that every rate change is fair, well-planned, and clearly explained so that trust grows along with our community. Thank you for hearing these concerns and for the care you bring to our city.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Tia, I can't quite read this, Chantelli, maybe? Tim. Sorry about that.
How are y'all doing tonight? Tim Santel with Six Creeks. I'm the developer out at Six Creeks. I want to clear up some stuff tonight. The only water we use really is for irrigation. Probably about a year and a half ago, working with the city, which we do have a really good relationship with the city, y'all didn't want us to use any more for any construction. And this has to do with the city of Kyle and the ETJ. So all of our contractors truck in water from San Marcos, potable water. So we're pretty excited about you guys using the treatment water from your wastewater treatment plant for construction water. But we don't use any of City of Kyle's water for construction at all. And it's for minimal irrigation. We have 2 wells that we use, and we try to mitigate our watering. But if you would have been out at Six Creeks probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, everything was pretty brown before we had this great rain out there. But we came out here to the city of Kyle and we went through a development agreement with you guys before y'all were all here in 2016. And we came up with this development agreement with you guys to develop Six Creeks, a master plan community that everybody wanted. They liked the piece of land. It was owned by the state of Texas. Another buyer out of Houston bought it. We bought 800 acres from this landowner out of Houston, and we worked with you guys on a development agreement. The development agreement took a long time, a lot of long nights, but we talked about infrastructure. We talked about roads. We talked about lot size. We talked about parkland, everything, impervious cover. And what was very detailed is the infrastructure here. And we have spent, along with others in the area, we've spent a lot of money, millions and millions of dollars on infrastructure. And I don't think we've gotten the elevated storage tank accepted today, but I know we're really close to that. And I think the city and the engineers are working on that, but we've built the elevated storage tank, the ground storage tanks, the Hoover infrastructure, the 15-inch pipelines, the 12-inch pipelines. We've spent a lot of money on this infrastructure. I don't think it's fair to raise these rates 77%, and I know y'all don't think it's fair. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this many people here. I would table this, talk about it, and let's figure out something else to do. Thanks for y'all's time.
All right, those are all the forms. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? Thank you. Courtney Goza.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Goza. I am a resident, a property owner, and a business owner here. I'm also running for City Council, District 1. I have come to here tonight to talk to you about some of the things that are going on. One of them are the rate increases. I spent a lot of time over the last couple weeks with residents going over the Lavell study from 2024, as well as the master water plan and the rate study from this year. There were a lot of inconsistencies. There were a lot of deviations from the M1 standards that one would normally expect. And this is very concerning because they did not take out for the millions of dollars that are developer contributed assets, which go into Plant Online. So once those assets are transferred over, it goes into the bottom line of our utility. And those are supposed to be pulled out when you are calculating what the depreciation is and other costs that go into that. So those artificially inflate what it might look like for our citizens out there in the ETJ who are using our water for what their true cost of service is. But above and beyond that, a true cost of service should look at what those elevation tanks cost, the transmission lines, all of that to determine what each individual subdivision costs over and above what our in-city limits customers pay. Six Creeks is right on the city line. Their rates should be basically the same cost as what us here in the city limits pay, because we don't have a whole lot of additional costs in order to service them. They're paying 80% of the storage tanks, the elevated storage tanks, the water mains, and then they're building that infrastructure that's going to connect out to Blanco River. So that's a consideration that was not taken in there. And I have to question, some of you have finance backgrounds. This is a finance project. Raftellus is a finance company. Why are you not asking those questions, analyzing the data? What are we electing you for? You're not doing your jobs. You're not representing the people who put you into office. And that's not acceptable. The other thing is the eminent domain issues. I'm assisting a client right now. The city is trying to go in and clear cut a 60-foot path of riparian buffer zone from the creek bed along Plum Creek. She will not be able to plant trees there again. She has livestock that's not being taken care of through that eminent domain process. The city has not negotiated with her in good faith. Basically, she submitted a counteroffer. They went straight to eminent domain proceedings. That's a problem, because there were unanswered issues with that. And you've got a problem here similar to Howard Green. The appraisal did not consider any of that. Texas law says that you have to compensate for trees, and that's not being done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Citizen comments is now closed. Next up is agenda order. Does anybody have any items that they wish to request to be moved? All right, and just as an FYI, the budget items and the tax rate items come up first under consider and possible action. So next up is agenda item number 3, a proclamation recognizing National Night Out. Councilmember McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of those things I look forward to every single year. I try to get to as many neighborhoods as I possibly can, but it's tough to catch them all. But whereas the National Night Out Association of Town Watch are sponsoring a unique nationwide crime, drug, and violence prevention program on October 7th, 2025, National Night Out, and whereas the 42nd Annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for Kyle to join forces with thousands of other communities across the county in promoting cooperative community crime prevention efforts. And whereas the Kyle Police Department, through joint crime and violence prevention efforts in Kyle and supports National Night Out 2025 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of Kyle be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and impact that their participation can have in reducing crime, drugs, and violence in Kyle. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of National Night Out program. And now therefore we, the City Council of Kyle, Hays County, Texas, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 as National Night Out.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Zuniga.
I agree with you, Mark. It's really hard to make a lot of those events. A lot of the neighborhoods, I've made it to 2. But it's always a great night. It always comes around October. So National Night Out, it's a great opportunity for our community, our residents to meet and build relationships with our police officers. It's really about making those relationships in your neighborhood so that you learn how to trust and respect officers and just work together collaboratively to report crimes and solve crimes. So that's what this is about. It's about making that bridge in this type of program and other programs like the Emergency Preparedness Fair or Kyle Citizens Police Academy. So I'd ask every resident to take advantage of these opportunities and get to know your police officers. Because I mean, honestly, we've got a great, wonderful police force. And some of the guys I know, every time I see them, say hello. Still not really good with every name. The department's always growing, and that's a good thing to have. We want to have public safety in our communities. Keeps us all safe. So.
Anyone else? All right, we have a big one coming up. Next up, agenda item 4, presentation on Citizens on Patrol, TCOPA Award. Chief Barnett.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I think we have an item here that we can all agree on here in the community and come together, that there's 2 things that are important to our community among others, and that is safety and crime prevention is important to us all. Just like the National Night Out campaign that you just spoke about, and I appreciate your words, we're going to have block parties throughout the community, and you're right, Councilmember Zuniga, it is about neighbors getting to know neighbors so that we can look after one another now and so that we can report suspicious behavior, and it is developing those relationships. This next program is very much the same way. We started out over a decade ago to develop a program that would have trained and viable participants who wanted to volunteer their time to serve the community of the city of Kyle. We started out with a Citizens Police Academy with hopes to one day to have a respectable Citizens on Patrol program. Now that was a lofty effort at the time, and we are very fortunate that we found some very amazing citizens that I'm here to tell you about tonight. The Kyle Citizens on Patrol team has demonstrated outstanding dedication, community engagement, and unwavering support of the Kyle Police Department throughout the year of 2025, and certainly the years before. With a team of 10 active members, this group has impressively volunteered over 1,206 hours this year alone. Their commitment is reflected not only in their routine patrol duties that enhance public safety across the city, but also in their enthusiastic participation in numerous community-focused events. Notable highlights of their service include providing essential traffic control during high-profile events such as the Grinch Fest, Santa's arrival and celebration, the Santa rides that occur throughout the city, 2 major parades that occur each fall, as well as providing assistance with escort duties during police department trainings and testing, and many other activities that reinforce their value as a trusted and professional volunteer unit. This group also finds time each month to meet and to do continued education and training and team building activities to keep each other ready and informed on all upcoming activities. As you will notice to my left to the room, you will see this very impressive group, known not only for their actions, but also their wonderful uniforms and the white shirts and the cowboy hats, easily to recognize at any city event. The Kyle Citizens on Patrol program continues to be a vital extension of the police department, promoting safety, strengthening community relations, and serving as role models of civic responsibility. These 10 members are Frank Schultz, Robert Price, Mike Rubsum, Albert Karch, Phyllis Kearns, Mary Rahman, Cecilia Buckner, Jennifer Gonzalez, Sam Countess, and Stephen Ramos. I am very happy to let you know that over a decade ago, when we set out to develop a respectable program, has come to fruition. I'm happy to announce that this is the 2025 Citizens on Patrol Group of the Year from the Texas Association of Citizens on Patrol for Midsize Agencies, and they deserve recognition. Yeah, thank you to each of you. They are leaders in their field and leaders in the community, and we're happy to help celebrate this. You want to hold up the award there? You can see the award that they recently received at the State's Convention. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. I just want to say I was around when we started this thing, and Officer Plant, you have done an incredible job. I mean, at the council, when they first started, we were nervous. We didn't know really anything. I remember questions being asked about, like, really, are you trying to impersonate officers? You're going to be out there, wrestling people to the ground. We had no idea what the program was, but we put faith in you, sir, and you delivered, and others as well. But you delivered just above and beyond in terms of what this program is. And I can't recall the last event that I went to that the citizens on patrol weren't there, giving me grief. I'm used to it, but at the same time being just stellar representatives of our community. And I can't believe that this is happening, but at the same time, when I saw it come across my inbox, I knew it made all the sense in the world to see the program grow. And so I've gotten to know quite a few of you, and just thank you. Thank you for what you do for this community, and it's well deserved. Additional comments? Councilor Rizzo.
I just want to thank y'all for everything that you give to this city, your time, your talents, and your love for the city. It definitely is a reflection. I want to share a story during the winter freezes when we were having steel COVID distributions and of shots, PPE, and also food and water. Y'all were there. Y'all were there in the blistering cold, directing traffic, parking people, helping people to the front door. And a lot of these people were our elderly community. Y'all were there during that time. Y'all put no reference to your own personal safety. You were there for the community. And I just want to say, you guys are amazing. Y'all are awesome. What y'all give to this community is words can't even comprehend. Y'all are a great group of people. You care about the community. If you see these men and women in the community, please show them the utmost respect, because they're your neighbors and they're giving back of their talents. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your volunteering to want to be a part of this community and to help it in every way. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember McKinney.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, thank you guys. You step up and step in at literally every event. Like, you guys are out there, boots on the ground, and helping out. And it doesn't go unnoticed. Let's just say, we really do appreciate everything that y'all do. It's amazing.
All right, anyone else? We'd love to be honored if y'all would like to come up here. We take a photograph with y'all, if you wouldn't mind, with the trophy. We'll stand back here to kind of create a little depth.
While they're lining up, I'll tell the community that we're currently enrolled in a Citizens Police Academy now, and we have an advanced class coming up in the future. But if you're ever interested in potentially becoming a Citizens on Patrol, we have a path to get you there, and Officer James Plant is the person to contact. So please reach out to him, join our CPA classes, join the advanced class, and then become a respected member of our Citizens on Patrol.
I'm lowering yeah. Doing it so that I get a great photo here. Awesome. Okay. All right, everybody, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Sure. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right, next up is the consent agenda. We have items 5 through 25. Does anybody have any items they wish to pull and discuss further?
Mayor, item number 19.
Quick question about number 12.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion
Hold
to
on.
approve.
Hang on, Tobias.
I need 5 and 6.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 5 through 25, excluding 19.
We're pulling 5 and 6.
Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If I could finish, please. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 5 through 25, excluding 19, 12, 5, and 6.
All right, second. Motion by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember, by the mayor, that we approve the consent agenda items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 through 18, 20 through 25. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. If y'all don't mind, we'll just hold those and we'll get right to the budget items.
Okay.
We'll take those later.
Yes.
Backside. All right, next up is agenda item 26. Consider a public hearing to obtain comments on the City of Kyle's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026, totaling $603,587,633 as amended by City Council on September 2nd, 2025 for all city funds, including rate increase for water and wastewater service rates, no change in storm drainage fees, increase for solid waste service rates, all of the fees and charges for various city services as provided for in the fee schedule, capital improvement plan expenditures, and the addition of 24 new full-time positions. See all related backup material on item number 28. Mr. Mohit.
Mayor and council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit. I may sound a little different tonight, but it's the same person. So this public hearing is on our proposed budget, and we'll go over this real quick. This is the second of 2 public hearings scheduled on the city's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. The first public hearing on the budget was held at 7 p.m. on September 2nd at Kyle City Hall. On today's agenda, council agenda, the City Council is scheduled to consider on second reading adopting the city's budget for fiscal year 25-26. Just a quick highlights of the budget that you're about to adopt. $603.6 million total proposed budget as amended by City Council on September 2nd for all city funds. There were 2 amendments made by council at the last meeting that City Council approved. $460.4 million in planned CIP spending for fiscal year 25-26. $1.3 billion for the 5-year CIP spending plan. This includes all CIP projects for parks, public works, water, wastewater, drainage utility, road construction, sidewalks, all of the city's CIP spending plan. 24 new positions are being proposed for a total of 470 positions next year. Proposed property tax rate at 59.57 per $100. Rate increase for water and wastewater service in 25-26. This includes rate increase for inside city customers and outside city customers, and they vary by customer class. There's no change in storm drainage fees in fiscal year 25-26. There is a 2.5% increase for solid waste services, and that's based on the contract terms with Texas Disposal System. Complete details are provided in the budget document, and they're also posted on the city's website. So, Mayor and Council, with that concludes my presentation.
All right, this item is for a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Seeing none, public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the budget? Please state your name for the record.
Once again, my name is Domingo Casta, and I'll reiterate what I stated earlier. In respect to the facilities, the infrastructure that was provided by the developer for 6 Creeks, if that remains under the developer's jurisdiction and not the city, then that infrastructure cost and depreciation should not be part of your rate case. It should be excluded. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on the budget?
Good evening. My name is Courtney Goza. I've already been up here. I want to really, really urge you to take a second look at this budget with the included rate increase. We have the amount in the budget to more gently ease in any rate increases. We have a lot of families here who are on a single budget, who are trying to raise their young families, who are struggling day to day. We do not have the same amount of median income or average income as some of our neighboring cities, and it is a lot harder for the people in the community to afford food, medicine, their vehicles. That's part of the reason that we have our 314 transportation system for the people in our community that can't afford a vehicle but still need to get around. This is going to impact them, whether they're renters or homeowners. It impacts their day-to-day budget. That is a big increase. The other increases that we have for our water and wastewater, those need to be looked at as well and shelved until we can figure out why our CIP budget for those are so inflated over 2024's numbers. There's a lot of problems here, and I am really disappointed that this council has not taken a look at this before we've gotten to this final step right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Yep, Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. Good evening, council, mayor. So I hear time and time again from council and city leadership that there is no other way. There's no other way to adapt to growth. There's no other way to design and build our roads and intersections. No other way to manage debt and risk or to meet the mandate of voter-approved bonds. Now, no other way to provide service than with the proposed budget. What I'll say again is that there are other ways to address these problems and meet community goals. Regarding the public safety programs under the proposed budget, the K-9 drone personnel and other technology uses and tools, these are not luxuries. They are critical systems that protect our officers and our community. I understand some in our community raise concerns about privacy, bias, and government overreach. Council should adopt these fully, expecting that future policies include clear safeguards that follow the same reliable standards that are used with the other policing assets. Regarding road projects, the city started, and a reminder, the city started its road bond designs at 60%. The city decided to perform an informal review looking for fatal flaws in the initial 30%, emphasizing that a full evaluation happens at 60%. Yet what I hear from the staff and council and the consultants is the designs are too far along. It's already at 60%. Streamline does not mean the lack of transparency. And in some situations, these proposed roads and vibe trail designs are just altogether unacceptable. Regarding gap strategies and Lifeline LLC, which are funded in this budget and what I will assume in future budgets, the city has hired these firms to perform public engagement and outreach, work that directly impacts our community. This presents a perfect opportunity for greater transparency. I urge the city to publicly disclose the full details of their work authorizations, performance metrics, and taxpayer dollars that are spent, and how these contracts partnerships advance our local priorities. Since June, I've been asking for financial diligence since the workshops. Yet we're still here considering the same numbers. I don't think all solutions were considered. Mainly that's because I don't think the right questions have been asked. This community is here trying to help and assist y'all with asking those right questions, yet here we are. There is another way. Let's not wait till November. Let's make a conscious decision now, right here in our second reading. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come speak on the budget? Please state your name for the record.
Ivon Floresk. I just want to say, as a mayoral candidate and a candidate in general, I'm really excited to see how you guys are going to vote, especially Bear Heiser, Miguel Zuniga, Robert Rizzo, all which have seats that are up. So as many of you guys know, when you campaign, you can put facts on your postcards or on your flyers, and you can compare yourself to other people. So my hope is that in the event that you guys don't vote in the best interest of the residents, that will somehow have a turnabout for our city council, which will then directly affect our city staff. So with that said, I hope you guys all vote in the residents' best interest. In the event you do, we all win. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on the budget? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. All right, next up is agenda item 27, conduct a public hearing to obtain comments on the proposal to adopt the City of Kyle's ad valorem tax rate, property tax rate at 59.57 cents per $100 of taxable assessed valuation for tax year 2025, fiscal year 25-26. See all related backup material on item 29. This is agenda item 2 of 5. Mr. Mohit.
So Mayor and Council, this public hearing is on the property tax rate or ad valorem tax rate for next year. This is the second of 2 public hearings scheduled on the city's proposed property tax rate for tax year 2025 or fiscal year 25-26. The first public hearing on the city's tax rate was held at 7 p.m. on September 2nd at Kyle City Hall. Today's council agenda, City Council is scheduled to vote or to consider a proposal to set the city's property tax rate at 0.5957 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation for tax year 25 or fiscal year 25-26. The city's ad valorem tax rates for tax year 25, as calculated, are as follows. No new revenue tax rate has been calculated at 0.488509 per $100. Voter approval tax rate has been calculated at 0.595715 per $100. And the tax rate that you are considering that has been proposed by staff and city manager is 0.5957 per $100. The proposed tax rate of 0.5957 is an increase of 0.1264 per $100 or 26.93% from the city's current adopted tax rate for the fiscal year that we're in or about to close. The current tax rate for this year, the adopted tax rate is 0.4693 per $100. The proposed tax rate of 0.5957 per $100 is higher than the no new revenue tax rate of 0.488509 per $100. This is an increase of 0.107191 per $100 or 21.94% from the no revenue tax rate. In addition, the proposed tax rate of 0.5957 is lower than the voter approval tax rate by 0.00015 per $100. So shown on this slide is the city's portion of property tax bill on an average valued home in Kyle, Texas. So the single family home in Kyle, Texas for tax year 2025 has been appraised at, this is the average value home, for 26 at $315,422. That same average valued home for 26 is lower than the average value in 2025 by almost $9,300. So if the city council adopted the tax rate at $59.57 per $100, the average single family home in Kyle that receives a city tax bill will will see the total tax bill at $1,640.69, or it's an increase of $304.47 from the year before, or 22.79%. The proposed tax rate of 59.57 for tax year 25 will raise more revenues from property taxes than in the prior tax year 2024. During today's council meeting, council is posted to vote on the property tax rate of 0.5957 per $100 for tax year 25 on second reading of the tax rate ordinance. A complete copy of the tax rate calculations, a complete copy of the tax roll, and the city's budget documents are all posted on the city's website. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mohit. This is a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Seeing none, public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the tax rate? Please state your name for the record.
Good citizen. Hey, at minute 8:11, you were absolutely disrespectful for the guy that spoke. You were on your phone for over 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You were on your phone. How disrespectful is that? I can't believe that.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. Public comments. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Lisa Higdon. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not a resident of Kyle. Well, I am, but I live in Six Creeks, so I don't know that this tax rate would affect me. But you're showing a 9% decrease in value, but increase in property tax. And with all the proposed water rate increases, people are going to be leaving. There's going to be more supply on the market. Values will continue to drop. That's not fair to the citizens of Kyle.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments, or the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. All right, next up is agenda item number 28, second reading. Consider approval of an ordinance adopting the annual budget totaling $603,587,633 as amended by City Council on September 2nd, 2025 for all city funds for the ensuing fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating revenue and expenditure amounts thereof for all city funds, authorizing rate increase for water and wastewater service rates, no change in storm drainage fees, increase for solid waste service charges, all other fees and charges for various city services as provided for in the fee schedule, capital improvement plan expenditures, addition of 24 new full-time positions, and for the carryover of encumbrances, all associated schedules and documents, and repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. A copy of the proposed budget is available for public inspection online as well as in the backup material. Mr. Mohit.
So Mayor and Council, this is the agenda item that you're posted on second reading to adopt the city's operating and capital budgets. This also includes all the fees and rates and charges that are included in the budget document. It also includes water, wastewater rates for inside city, outside city customers. At the last meeting, I went through a great deal of detail, so I wasn't gonna present that presentation again unless council wants me to, but the city manager and staff are here to answer any questions y'all may have.
All right, does anybody have any questions or comments on the budget? Mr. Rizzo.
Yeah, Perez, we've had a lot of discussion here tonight about our water rates and how we got here. How did we get to this process, and how did we come up with the number we came up with? Just,
Sure.
You could just elaborate on that, please?
Yes, sir.
For transparency.
So I'll give you a broad brush overview of the cost of service study for water and wastewater service that we undertook at City of Kyle. So last year, about this time of the year, the first phase of this study was completed. So the city council, at the recommendation of city manager and staff, last year, early part of June, July timeframe, we brought an item before council to select Raftelis Financial Consultants. They are a national rate consulting firm. This is all they do for water and wastewater rates. So that firm was selected at the recommendation of staff. Council voted for it. We brought them on board. This time, about this time last year, they completed the Inside City cost of service study, cost of service and rate study, rate design for Inside City customers, all customer classes. That included residential, commercial, multifamily, irrigation. What we did not include in that study was outside city customers. We wanted to make sure that, one, we were familiar with this consultant company. This was the first time ever City of Kyle has done a cost of service study last year. So we broke it up into two phases. Phase one was inside city customers only. We went through that process. The results of that study was presented to council as part of the budget adoption process this time last year. The residential customers received a rate increase last year. I think they averaged about 14% for inside city residential. And at that time, since the study did not cover outside city customers, there was no rate change for outside city customers. Phase two of that study objective was, for this year, in this budget process, we were going to update the inside city customers' cost of service again with new numbers and updated numbers. But we were also going to focus on, for the very first time, for outside city customers. The outside city customers is about 20% of our customer base, and 80% is inside city customer base. So the results of the 2025 cost of service study was ready in June, was presented to council on June 7th. The city staff went through a rigorous process of notifying customers. We published notices in the newspaper. We put it on the webpage that the study, results would be presented to council on June 7th. And in fact, Raftelis Financial presented that results, same results that we're talking tonight, on June 7th. So as we move forward through the budget process, that was incorporated in the budget adoption process. So I hope in general terms, I've explained that. The inside city customers for 25 study is receiving a 20% rate increase in addition to what they received last year, average about 14%.
So I guess my question to Brian is that as we were doing these are the first times we've done these studies. So they were warranted a long time ago. And the good thing is we started putting things out early in June. We started notifying people that we're doing these studies, we're doing this process, we're going through it. But as we're moving forward, how often are we going to do these studies? And could cost of services go down as we grow as a city? That's kind of what my question is. I want to make sure that we're looking at everything, not just costs going up, costs going down, making sure that as we grow, if we've already secured the infrastructure, the water that we need for the growth as well, could the costs go down potentially because we're growing as a city? I want to make sure we're looking at all the aspects as well and making sure we're doing our studies and not waiting until the last minute. We're waiting decades to do a study, and next thing you know, the study is going to have this process and have this effect on us. I just want to be more transparent as a city. I want to make sure we're doing our due diligence and making sure that we're doing studies when they need to be done and not waiting till the last minute and putting a big burden on everybody. It's kind of what my question is. And the reason why is that I feel for everybody. Look, I'm 20% on my water as well. One of my kids, 77%. I feel it. Trust me, I'm feeling it. So I want to make sure that we're making sure we're doing everything we can as a city to make sure we don't have these big gotcha moments.
Yes, sir. My recommendation is that at least for the next few years is that we update these annually. There's quite a few moving parts. It's a growing city, rapidly developing infrastructure plan. I think it needs to be looked at annually, and I think that does help minimize some of the fluctuations by not having rate studies and cost of service studies in the past. It certainly makes, when you do one, the changes more dramatic. We saw that last year in 2024, in particular with multifamily, industrial, and some of our single-family customers. Some of the rate changes were significant because, frankly, we had some groups of customers that were subsidizing other groups of customers. So we want to make sure all of these costs are shared proportionally amongst all of the customer classes, and that's the purpose of the study, is to make sure that happens. So I'd recommend it annually, so we'd have a good handle on that. And I think to your second point, is it possible costs could go down? It's possible, certainly, as we build a capital program out and as the city matures going forward, that is possible, but that would likely be a few years into the future before something like that could occur, and we'd have to have a study to support those costs and to make sure that we have adequate revenues to invest in the water system and to make sure that we keep up that infrastructure and make sure that we invest in it appropriately over time. But it is possible.
And then just finally, because the state has passed some water resources funding coming up, is that something we could apply for, maybe later add to some of the costs that we've already accrued to try to bring down that rates as well? Is that something that we could do? Is that all going to be for brand new online systems that we're looking for research for water? I know the state's getting ready to invest heavily in our water infrastructure.
Sir. We're looking at all avenues, all types of funding that we can try to utilize. The State Water Development Board does have funding for some projects. It's oversubscribed, so it's going to be a difficult position for us to get that additional funding, but we're certainly looking for that. We're also looking at utilizing some of the EPA programs with the WIFIA loan programs to help us get some more attractive financing, as well as our commercial paper program to try to help minimize the rate impacts going out in the future for ratepayers. But yes, sir, we're looking at all of those different options to try to maximize the dollars that we get for Kyle. Absolutely.
Thank you, Brian.
Councilman Zuniga.
Thank you, Perez. Yeah, I'd just like to say a few things on the budget and the tax rate. So, you can't always look at the numbers to see really what's happening with our city, right? But you have to look at, well, what kind of value and what kind of quality and the level of core service are we getting and whether we're properly funding that. So a few things I'd like to say. So we cut about $25 million internally in our budget. That's a cost savings. We added 24 new positions, but when I looked through them, they all look like essential positions. So we have a youth services librarian, that's essential. 6, 7 water treatment plant operators, we need them. Engineers, project coordinators for all the roads, all of those are essential. Fleet tech, K-9 officer. So when I sit up here, I don't know what to cut. Even if I were to cut these 24 positions, that would not reduce the rate down. And we also have to separate what is a rate and what's your property value. The property values are assessed by the CAD. That's more of like a state thing. We only set the rate. We only set the rate for the budget that we need. When you look at the city of McKinney, they had a $1.3 billion budget. They had a low tax rate, but they had better property values and they had more sales tax value. We don't have that here in Kyle yet. This is one of the first years that we finally met the threshold of collecting more sales tax. So if we can collect more sales tax in these developments, that puts a downward pressure on our tax rate. We want to spread that. So it is aggressive in our CIP spending, but we've been conservative to try to, offset the cost to everybody. So I would just, like to let everyone know that we know that, everyone's stretched at the wallet, but these are things that we're budgeting for. This is probably the third budget meeting I've had, so a lot of these things I hear. We lowered the tax rate. This is not the first tax rate that came. It was 64 cents. We defeased some money so that we could bring it down a bit to 59. So another thing. So what I'm proud of is also we set the highest development fees this year. We did not change the wastewater fees, storm drainage fees. In our last meeting, we voted not to do that. So we're trying our best. We're trying to do our best to keep the cost down. We looked at the studies for development fees. This is the highest that we've ever brought them up. We weren't doing that years ago. So what is it that we can cut? Sometimes I don't hear from the community. Like, what is it that y'all want cut? You know, so I could fight for that, right? But I don't think being up here at the last minute and just saying, okay, I'm going to cut 24 positions is really going to achieve what we need in the quality and level of service. So I have to trust our departments when they recommend those, and I have to trust our city manager here to tell me, Zuniga, these are the ones that I want. These are the highest priority ones. So I just hope that, you know, we're raising the taxes on ourselves as well. It's not like I get exemptions. And we're going to get a larger homestead exemption this year. So it's going from 35 to 60,000. So apply that homestead exemption. You know, I mean, it's just, I don't know where I can cut. It's really the point I wanted to make. And I hope I made some good points about this budget.
Additional, Councilmember Tobias.
All right. Where do I start? Well, I'll go ahead and begin to state that I started looking at this budget way when we first started getting it in. I always get very, not so much excited, but just curious once we start seeing this stuff in April. I know I've had many conversations with you, Brian. I've told you about the lack of sleep I've gotten through the last 2 months and a half or month over this. Did have a town hall meeting, and I thank those residents who came out, especially Miss McDonald. And I did listen, and I do listen. And I just kind of want to go over what was the recap. You know, yes, we do have a lot of people from Six Creeks here. And then, like somebody named Vic Allen was talking about, the graduating increases is he's concerned about, noting that the irrigation system's only just run once a week, so restriction for once every other weeks does not seek with the irrigation system. Then I listened to a person named Ron Todd. He's very concerned about the rate increases. A young lady named Michelle Christie, same thing. Smart meters are installed. Why can the city do more compliance and double check on the smart meters and so forth? Had another person named Kathy Cannon, asked about the gray water circulation, are we using washing machines and so forth? Questions like that. Residents of Six Creeks and their HOA told the community that they use reclaimed water to irrigate. Still figuring out which is true and not true on that end. However, it's not up to me to decide, but I'm just letting you know that I listen to you people. Okay, I hear you. I took the time to be able to listen to all sides. I do support a lot of the majority of what we have for our budget. Of course, our police department, our K-9 unit. We also have some new employees that we are looking at that are essential. We are a growing city. I got on board when we were 48,000 people. We're probably pushing 70,000 now, probably 20,000 since I've been on board. We have needs in the city, and it does cost money. But one of the things that I do have a concern over, and I've heard it in the last day or so, is the people that live within the city of their water rates going up. I know we had brought this, you've heard me bring this up back in 2022 and 21 and 22, where we were not going to have the rate increase, but it was going to go up 10% each time, and it finally did. My concern now is moving forward, Mr. Langley and council, is what about next year? Of course, we're not going to know what the rates are going to be because of we don't know how the market's going to go. But if we already went 14% last year and we're going to go 20% this year, that's 34% within the matter of 2 years. So what happens next year on that end? Are we looking at another 10%? Because if we do, then we're pushing it 54% within a matter of 2 years or 3 years. somebody has $159 water bill, you're looking at about $65 additional for that year. And it goes back to the agenda item that I'm looking at with the food bank, we're increasing. So those are my concerns, but I do understand that we have needs in our city, so it's going to be a very tough decision that I'm going to have to make. But just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, that I have heard all from all of you, and I appreciate your time and all your efforts to bring it forward to myself and to council. And it's going to come down to our votes to see where we're at, because again, in about another 11 months, or not even less than that, we're going to be going through this again. And so we need to really think about moving forward where we are with our dollars.
Additional comments? Motions?
Question for Brian.
Councilor Zuniga.
Brian, you heard what I had to say up here. I think the community heard it. Can you provide us, I guess, any feedback and, your insight into the budget? And I know that, we're trying to be as lean but efficient and get these projects done and completed so that they don't cost us more in the long run. So is that the mindset that we had in shaping this aggressive CIP budget? And I know a big chunk of it is of the road bonds being due. And you did mention, as we've had the conversations before, $500 million in private investment in our city. This ultimately it's coming back into our city. 3,000 new jobs over the last 3 years. Like, can you speak on some of the good things out of this budget?
Well, so the budget, as Pervez mentioned, is approximately $603 million. Of that amount, $460 million is related to capital projects. So very heavily investing in water, wastewater systems, as well as roads across the city. That has been a huge emphasis of this budget, and a huge point of emphasis for the staff is to get these projects done and to get them done quickly. We know that construction inflation is increasing by 0.5% to 1% per month. It's not always the same every month, but in general, if you look back over the past couple of years, that's what that inflation has been. So for every month, for every year that you wait on some of these projects, you start doing the math, it's tens of millions of dollars potentially in additional costs. So we're pushing very hard to get these projects done quickly because A, we know they're needed, and B, we think that's a fiscally responsible thing to do. So that's a huge point of emphasis in the budget. That's where we've landed on the tax rate with trying to get the road bonds approved and get those projects moving that were approved by the voters in 2022. And then for all the water and wastewater system improvements that we've spent a lot of detail with the council on over the last several months going through, we're working very hard to get those out. We believe that those investments also yield good, strong economic development, and some of the metrics that you mentioned, jobs, sales tax, tax base, those things come with these kinds of investments. So we think over time, the ROI on these investments will be very strong. And that's a big point of emphasis of the budget. So those are the elements that we've included, and hopefully that tries to address some of your comments.
Councilor McKinney.
Yeah, we've kind of been having these conversations since April, so it's not really a new thing. I know I've been very adamant that if the tax rate was more than what was proposed whenever the 2022 road bond was presented, I wasn't going to be in favor of it. I just couldn't support it. We've known since 2022 that we'd be at this point. The vast majority of the tax increase itself is to service the debt for the road bond projects. We were told in 2022 that it would go up to 59 cents. At the time, I did the math, and I normally don't disclose how I vote on things, but I did vote in favor of it, despite the fact that very few of the road bond projects are near where I live. They aren't things that I really would be using very often. But in my mind, it was gonna cost me about $30 a month. And if I could pay another $30 a month to have my neighbors home for dinner, spending time with their kids, helping them with their homework, 15, 20 minutes faster, to me, that was worth it. And so that was my judgment at the time. That's still my judgment today. You know, we have to choose at this point. Either we pay for the debt, or we don't pay for the debt, or then we cut services. And like Councilmember Zuniga was saying, like, you know, look through this budget. There's not a whole lot of significant cuts that you can make and feel good about yourself. You know, as a city, we've provided a tremendous service, and we have a phenomenal staff that deliver like amazing results. I tell them all the time, they make me look good, because when we give them direction, they take the football and run. But there's a cost that comes with that. And, you know, in terms of the water rates, I've heard a lot of phrases like fairness, equity, and, you know, based on the rate studies that I've looked at, that is exactly what the rates are. It assesses what the costs are with who's using them. If they aren't matched with what the uses are, then they have to be subsidized by somebody else. And I have a very hard time telling my inside city limit residents that they should be subsidizing the outside city limit water use. I can't justify it. So, you know, I do understand it is real dollars. It is real money coming out of real budgets. But they have to come out of somebody's. And we've had many, many, many discussions as a council with staff to determine the best and most fair way to assess them, and that is what has been presented to the residents. So that's really all I have to say about it.
Councilman Harris.
I'd like to emphasize that this budget and the rates did not come about overnight. As the council members have said, this has been studied for months and months and months. We've had a lot of discussion about what needs to go in the budget. We've had a lot of discussion on the impact it will have on our community and ourselves, because we are members of the community. I'm retired. I live on a fixed budget in a modest home. But what I do have to say is that some of what we are doing through this budget is catching up from the lack of infrastructure in the past. And voted on, it's things that were voted on in 2022. Takes a while to get them through to construction. But the voters did say we need roads. And we need water. So part of this is the expense of bringing the extra water in. We need that. We've needed it for years and years. This is the result of trying to serve our residents. And I think that we have put careful thought into every item on this budget. I have been attending budget hearings for the last 3 years. 2 of those were when I was on Parks and Recreation. And I see a shift, even in those few years, to the council accepting responsibility for getting the services that our residents need instead of kicking the can down the road. We're not doing that anymore. We're facing it. If we face the consequences, we do. But these are services our communities need. And we are willing to put ourselves out there and say, this is what we need. And after a lot of discussion and a lot of things, you know, when the budget was presented, we didn't accept all of the changes, all of the enhanced features. We cut things, but we also realized that the city manager has cut millions out of the budget very responsibly. That helps balance some of that out. So I I would just expect that our residents will understand the hours that we put into this, that these decisions are not made arbitrarily in any way. We do know what we're looking at. We have had ample opportunity to look at the budgets, to ask questions, and to evaluate the impact. So we appreciate your listening. We appreciate our residents being here this evening to express their concerns about items in the budget. We do listen to you, but not all things can be changed, and not everyone represents all residents. You know, you represent yourself. I represent my district, but also myself. So, but we do appreciate hearing from you. We appreciate those of you that attended Councilmember Tobias's open house. Many of us were not able to attend because of quorum, but watch that. We're listening. We're out in the community listening. I go to Kyle Area Senior Zone once a week to listen. So we're out there. We attend community events. Come talk to us. We're happy to visit with you. Thank you.
Anyone else? You know, I've already spoken on this several times in the past because, as has been stated, this is not our first time to discuss this budget. We've discussed it many times. Councilman Heiser? Sorry, I didn't see you there. Can't hear you, sir. All right, I'm just going to keep going. So it was noted by the developer that I'm not sure if he's still here or not. I thought that was pretty interesting for him to come. You know, that the original development agreement in Six Creeks was done in 2016 before any of us were here, and that is correct. That development agreement was passed 2 months before I was sworn into City Council. And, you know, a lot of different statements have been made, like, number one, that somehow Six Creeks have paid for their own infrastructure as opposed to the remainder of the subdivisions that live outside the city or in this city. That's not accurate. All developers pay for infrastructure. We do not pay for the interior infrastructure of new subdivisions. You will find out when if you were to, ever serve on a board like this, that there are competing interests. And it is easy to say one thing from the outside, but when you're on this side and have to make choices with constraints, it becomes incredibly difficult. And one of the realities is that the budget, the $603 million, there are multiple $100 million that are going to road improvement projects that the residents have been asking us for since as long as I've been here, very aggressively, including people who live outside the city and don't pay taxes on the projects that we improve on their behalf. That's just part of the nature of the situation. Not only is the city of Kyle growing and putting strain on our road infrastructure, but developments outside the city are growing, and outside of our even jurisdiction, where we have no control whatsoever, are also growing and adding thousands upon thousands of vehicles to our roads. So what I hear, not just on second reading of the budget, but every single month of every single year of 9.5 years is, what are you doing to fix our roads? Are you making the infrastructure investments? Now, some people will say, just don't approve any zonings. Well, guess what? Six Creeks has been the #1 fastest growing subdivision in the city of Kyle's entire jurisdiction as long as I have been here in 9.5 years. I never even got to vote on it. That's how much growth has been taking place within that subdivision. I've spoken to many consultants through the years who talk about development agreements and who know all the different development agreements that we've ever put forward, and they will say that the one most sweetheart deal that was ever passed in City of Kyle's history went to Six Creeks. And Ms. McDonald, who we don't get along very well, we used to, but she said something that was 100% correct. You would not trade for an in-city development because, yes, you would lose your water bill would come down just a little bit, But you would have to pay much more. You'd have to pay into the property tax system that everyone else has to pay to take on the burden for the remainder of the infrastructure that if you do not live in the city of Kyle, you do not have to pay 1 penny. Six Creeks exits to Stagecoach Road, which has got a $60 million price tag that the residents of Kyle that vote and pay taxes and approved overwhelmingly, 65%, said to fix that. Your rates aren't going up because your rates are zero if you live in Six Creeks on that property, on that project. It has also been said that you have this thing called a public improvement district, a PID, and that somehow your PID is like a substitute for property taxes. That is not correct. The PID is how the developer gets money out of the project, out from within the subdivision, and doesn't have to pass it to the lot costs like the neighborhood across the street, Hometown Kyle. Mr. Roach, he lives in Hometown Kyle. All the costs for all of those streets and all the wastewater and the water infrastructure that went into Hometown Kyle was paid for by the developer and passed through to the landowner or to the eventual user through a lot price. Six Creeks was able to keep their lot prices lower because they did not have to pay city taxes, and so they put an assessment over it so that the developer could recoup all that money. And then Six Creeks also has the nicest amenities in the entire city, or in the entire city of Kyle, and it's not even close. Those nice amenities, the multiple million-dollar pools, the wide sidewalks, the increased landscaping, the rock walls, the only subdivision in town with that. The developer was saying at the time, if you don't give us this incentive, which it is an incentive, that we aren't going to be able to attract the nicest homes that you've ever seen, executive level housing, which at the time, which has been noted, is what the city council thought was appropriate, and they voted for it. They said, yes, we'll let them put all their money into upgrading their lot values without having to put that money into the lot itself. And so they pay for it over time in a special assessment. Everyone else has to pay to keep their for their own infrastructure and to maintain it and for everything else. And so that is the difference between Six Creeks and neighborhoods like Hometown Kyle or Plum Creek or Cypress Forest or all the subdivisions that aren't on the higher end that also have to pay for that same infrastructure. So it is a complicated thing, is my point. It's not just as simple as is being made sound to be. The infrastructure that is within your subdivision is paid for by a special assessment as opposed to it going into your lot values. And so the calculations, and Pervez, if you'd like to say something about how those calculations are tabulated, all I know is that it's no different than any other subdivision. Is that correct?
For the cost of service?
Yes.
Certainly, Mayor. So in the cost of service study, I heard comments today during the public hearing and even before then that the rate consultant may not have credited the rate base for PID-based infrastructure that was constructed by the developer. So the way it works in the cost of service study is if there are any contributed assets by the developer that is contributed to the city, it is offset, it's removed from the asset base. Just like we would remove impact fee, we would remove any other miscellaneous fees, we would remove interest income, the developer contributions. In this case, for Six Creeks, it would be PID assessment-based contributions that came over to the city that the city accepted for maintenance of water and wastewater facilities.
Prez, you made an interesting point, I think, when you were giving us an update about the water rate. And one thing that I listened to was you said the 77% was due to the number of outside users. There's fewer of them compared to internal users, which is why it's a 23%. And I'm saying not specifically this is the reason, but could you mention that reason so that the Six Creeks residents could hear that?
So the cost of service study that Raftelis Financial did for the city last year and this year, they're following a methodology that's prescribed by the American Water Works Association, or AWWA. You've probably heard today reference to M1 manuals. That is the Bible that most rate consultants follow for rate study and rate making or rate setting process. It doesn't matter whether you are in Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Iowa, they all follow the same methodology. So to answer your question, Councilmember Zuniga, that is one of the reasons. There are multiple reasons. The cost of service study is very complex. I would not be doing justice to stand here and share the entire model with you in 5 minutes. But one of the things to keep in mind, and I said that in my earlier statement, that the customer base that we have, the city of Kyle, we're a small city, 80% of our customers, inside city customers, are 80% of the total. Outside city customers represent about 20% of the total. So when you divide or when you allocate fixed costs to provide service to outside city customers as compared to inside city customers, you have a lower number of customers that are getting allocated that cost, right? So that is one of the reasons, not the only reason, it's one of the reasons. There are a number of reasons why outside and inside varies. One of the most common factors you will find, and Raftalis went over that in their June 7th presentation, is usage characteristics, meaning how the customers use their facilities for water and wastewater is a little different than inside city customers. So they account for all of that.
And the only last thing I really wanted to mention was, as has been noted, that the predominant increase in this budget is as it relates to road infrastructure improvements that were voter approved in 2022. At the time, we did warn that the bill doesn't come due in the next budget cycle. You have to design and engineer the roads. You have to acquire the right-of-way. And we pushed very hard to get all these roads ready to be constructed. And while there is a road on the west side, Stagecoach, and one up here, Marketplace, that are a part of the program, as well as a little bit here on Center Street, the vast majority of the infrastructure improvements are going to the east side. Over 70% of the road improvements are going to the east side of Kyle. And so that has been a common theme, I would say, pervasive maybe in the community, to make sure that we are investing in the eastern side to improve the mobility. Because just as folks have mobility problems on the west side of town, the east side has a tremendous quality of life impact by having roads that are not built to the standard to handle the traffic. And so you don't get to snap your fingers and fix that problem. A problem will only get worse if we said we want to lower this budget right now and just put a pause on these problems. It would only get worse. That's the predicament that we're in. We have to move forward with these projects because it will only get worse if we don't. And so, I mean, I agree with my colleagues when they say that the increase in the cost of services is difficult, but it's not coming without a corresponding increase in quality of life and delivery of what we also hear from, again, not just on second reading of the budget, but every single month of every single year, that we need to be investing in our road infrastructure. Our actual increases in the budget are very modest and did not exceed the voter-approved rate of 3.5%. So when they say there's a 21% increase, there is, but that's because this is the year that we're making major investments in our road infrastructure, which is why it's very difficult for council to be able to cut anything, because the actual operational side of this budget is lean. We're putting all of our money into road infrastructure, which on a different day, under a different circumstance, most people that I talk to would say that's what they want us to be doing. So that's, you know, I always knew this was going to be a difficult day to vote on this budget, because this is the budget that pays for the bill of all the promises that we made with the voters in years past that we were going to invest in the roads. And even many of the people who have criticized the budget, they also have said in years past that they want to see us investing in road infrastructure in particular, and on the east side in particular. And so there's no way to make everyone happy, but in terms of the way that I've tried to engage with the community over the years, and the impact that I've thought that the community has asked me and the council to make on their quality of life, there is no budget that represents it in all the budgets that I've voted on, more so than this one, because this budget puts multiple hundred millions of dollars worth of projects on the ground next year. And that's exciting to me. And in a few years' time, the way it will happen, just like when they used to ask for more restaurants, it was all I ever heard. Kyle has no restaurants, no restaurants. They don't see the switch when it happens, but now everyone says how many great restaurants the city of Kyle has. And then they start to argue about which kinds of restaurants and things like that. But even still, the more we grow and the more that we develop, more restaurants are coming, different variations of restaurants, and it's pretty exciting. Fast forward 2 to 3 years from now, the conversation will not be about how poor our roads on the east side are. The conversation will be about how much investment we've just made in our roads compared to other areas. And so I'm excited to see it. I'll be paying for it as a resident. I won't be up here, but I'll be very excited to see that happen.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor and Council.
Councilmember Heiser.
I agree with much of the sentiment that's been shared here tonight. Sorry I couldn't be there with you to vote in person, but I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 28.
All right, it's motion by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? I'll second. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by the mayor. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yeah, I just want to say, really glad of all the work that you and your staff have done on this. All of staff, you've put a lot of time into this. You've taken the concerns that we gave you from our residents to move this forward. This is a hard vote. I understand that. I've never taken easy votes. When we were looking at the residents saying that we wanted to uplift public safety as a growing city, we brought forward the Public Safety Center, and I gladly supported it. I gladly voted for it. As residents said that we needed road infrastructure, I worked diligently with my fellow council members to bring road projects to the east side and west side of Kyle, and I voted for them. I went back and worked with the county to bring more roads to the east side of Kyle, and I'll gladly voted for those too when that election came. I don't take votes for the next election. I take votes that make an impact in the lives of the residents that live in Kyle. The hard votes do. Right now, we currently have residents paying more for their water because council couldn't have that mindset in the past of buying a defunct water utility and keeping people off of county line instead of being on city water. They're paying more for water inside the city of Kyle than the out of city Kyle residents will with a 77% increase. These votes that we take are hard, but if we take votes for the next election, we're doing an injustice to our residents. We have to take those hard votes that will make a difference in infrastructure, public safety, and the lives of our everyday residents. It's our number one rule up here is to make sure that we're bettering the lives of our residents, and that's one of the votes we take. This isn't an easy vote for me because I'm raising water on myself, my family. I'm raising one of my children's water rate by 77%. And that's a hard vote, but I'm taking the right vote. Not for the next election. I'm taking for the right vote for what's going to make an impact on the citizens and everybody involved.
All right, any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Tobias.
Nay on the water increase and for the residents, in-house residents.
McKinney.
Yes.
Rizzo.
Aye.
Harris.
Yes.
Zuniga.
It's a hard vote, but I have to support my community. Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Heiser.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Next up is agenda item 29, second reading. Consider approval of an ordinance of the City of Kyle adopting the ad valorem tax rate of 59.57 cents per $100 of taxable assessed valuations for tax year 2025, fiscal year 25-26, which consists of a maintenance and operation tax rate of 32.12 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation, and interest and seeking funds tax rate of 27.45 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation, each of which is separately approved, providing for the levy of ad valorem taxes for use and support of the municipal government of the city of Kyle for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026, providing for apportioning each tax levy for specific purposes, and providing when ad valorem taxes shall become due and when shall become delinquent if not paid. Mr. Mohit.
Mayor and council, here again, I went through a great deal of detail at the last council meeting on this agenda item, and I also covered all of it in the public hearing portion of tonight's agenda. City manager and staff are here to answer any questions you may have. I just have two housekeeping matters on this item. 5 affirmative vote is required by council to adopt the tax rate. And the second item is whoever is going to make the motion, I have placed a specific motion that has to be read a specific way. The wording is in front of you. Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, if you've got it,
Yeah,
sorry.
motion to adopt the property tax rate. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.5957 per $100, which is the effective as 21.94% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizzo, second by Councilmember McKinney, that we approve agenda item 29. Is there discussion on that motion? Roll call vote.
Harris,
Yes.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes, on this
Heiser.
one.
Heiser, yes, sir.
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
McKinney.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 30, second reading. Consider approval of an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the budget for fiscal year 25-26 that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior fiscal year. This is agenda item 5 of 5. Roll call vote requested.
So Mayor and council, on this one, it's a ratification item that requires you to vote on, by voting on a tax rate that is higher than the revenue rate required by state.
Does this require special motion?
No.
Okay, motion approved.
So moved.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. So we approve agenda item 30. Is that you, Tobias? Yes. Okay. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Heiser,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Congratulations, city manager. You have a budget. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 9:25. I'm surprised you haven't asked. Do you have my number? No, I don't. If I grab it? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Let's do that. First half, you call me.
How was your weekend trip? You went out of town, didn't you? Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have your number though, so just text him.
Right, I saw that, your pictures of that. That was so cute. It was a home run derby. So cool.
Getting back to order, it is 9:28. We have a couple items on consent to go through before our PCN items. That being said, I have to get home to the children this evening, and so I'm gonna have to leave. But Mayor Pro Tem is virtual, so it's not appropriate for him to run the meeting in my absence. So I'd like to nominate Councilmember Tobias to be the chair of the meeting after I leave. That's a motion. Motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember McKinney. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries 6-0. Next up is consent agenda item number 5. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing an agreement with Hays County Food Bank for a food distribution program in the amount of $30,000. Mr. Tobias, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Yes, just bringing this forward. I kind of like to bring up 5 and 6 together, if that's okay.
Okay, we'll bring up agenda item 6 as well. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing an agreement with the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center in the amount of $30,000 for services provided to adult, adolescent, and child victims of family or dating violence and to child witnesses of family violence. All right, Mr. Tobias.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that we voted to increase it to an additional, was it 15 for each one?
That's correct, 15 for each of the items, yes.
Okay, so when I went through the resolution on it right there, will each one of these give us a breakdown of what these dollars would go towards? I know we have in the past given them the funding for services they provide, but is there anything that within these contracts that they're able to provide for us? Let's say if it's an additional for groceries, clothing, if it has to do with vouchers, or something like that, or especially when it comes to number 6.
Well, we have, within each one of the items, we have a general idea of what the services are, like here's a whole number for the food bank, as well as there's another one just for the women's shelter. However, we can certainly work with the nonprofits themselves to make sure that they can get back to us with where those funds go. I have not had that conversation with them. I'm not sure how difficult it is for them to break it out by dollar, but I'm sure we can work with them.
Because if there's specific types of needs that they're needing, whether it's clothing, whether it's jackets or something like that, if the event that next year we decide to increase it again, we know exactly how we can benefit them on each level, whether it's frozen foods or what their needs are, especially with the Hays County Food Bank, which I know Councilman Rizzo is very involved with. So just that type of nature there.
Apologies, Councilmember Tobias. I thought you were saying where the actual dollars go.
Yes.
We could certainly get a breakdown from the nonprofits of their highest needs and what it goes toward, and then probably pull a percentage based on what the amount was funded.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 5 and 6.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember McKinney that we approve agenda items 5 and 6. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries 6-0. Next up is agenda item 12. Consider approval of a resolution to appoint Susan Segallo to seat 6 of the Parks and Recreation Board for an unexpired term expiring September 2026. Mr. Zuniga.
Thank you, David. Just to kind of get some questions for a resident that had asked. If you could give us a little background of Susan Segallo. I support the decision made by the Parks and Rec Board, but any more, I guess, what was her interest? And just whatever you can provide and share, and why she was recommended.
Yes, sir. Susan had a lot of interest, especially in trails and parkland conservation projects. She's done some work with her church in the past. She's eager to get out and get back to her community. She's got the time commitment needed. Her background's in sales. She's got a bachelor's degree, but She's got a lot of volunteer work under her belt, and we thought she'd be a good fit. At the time we evaluated these, there were 3 candidates, and all 3 candidates were supported by the appointment committee, but Susan was the third of those 3, and we've just had a lot of recent vacancies on park board, so we're trying to get those filled with good qualified folks.
Well, thank you, David. Yeah, I could support that too. It's just, we want to just get more transparency out. But
Yes, sir.
I definitely support Susan
Thank you.
Sagalo being, and anybody who, is serving and wants to serve on these boards. Definitely, that's great for them.
Yes, sir.
And our community. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 12.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Zuniga, second by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 12. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Tobias.
Is Ms. Susan here? Okay. Would you like to come up real quick and give some feedback on your nomination? Thank you.
Yeah, my apologies. I didn't know you were here.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm a new face. Well, earlier, Liz, I believe Newberry was her name. She asked about my qualifications, and she's right. I don't have a lot of qualifications when it comes to government positions or any type of city hall positions, but for the requirements and qualifications that I do have is, I'm a member of this community, and I've been here since 2019, so I've watched it grow, and I got my first house, and I've just been growing as a person in general. And honestly, being a member of this community and watching the people come in with all the years and things that have been progressing with all the new people coming in, it's very eclectic and very kind of devised, and division is going on with a lot of people from Austin, a lot of people from old Kyle and new Kyle. And I've just been watching it, and I've been watching social media, making it super comfortable to stay at home. And that's not what we need. We need to be outdoors. We need to be breathing air. We need to be community with each other. We need to have fun again. We need to have elderly events. We need to have young events for the new families that are coming in. We need to have events for couples who don't have kids, such as myself. There's just so much division that it's really sad. So what my qualifications generally are going to be the fact that, well, one, I have a degree. I have a degree in communication studies and sales. I've been in sales for 24 years, and I love to talk to people. I love to communicate with people, and I love to just make people have a great time in life, because life is short, and we all know it. We've all lost people quickly and too soon, and being outdoors and just breathing that fresh air is just something I think we all forget to do. And so I guess my goals generally are just going to be to help us all thrive. And that's kind of all I really have to say.
Great. I want to say
I'm excited.
thank you. And, your qualifications, your passion. You have a passion for the outdoors is great. You're not applying for a government job. You're not, a couple of years ago, I had a resident reach out and say, hey, this application's like, I'm applying for a government job. They want references and everything else. I was like, you're volunteering. You're volunteering for a volunteer position to serve in the community on a board, to give your input, and that's wonderful. You wanting to be a part of the process is great. So thank you, and thank you for wanting to share your energy and your talents with on our boards and our commissions. It's great. The Parks Board is going to be lucky, so we're excited. They've got a great team, and it's an amazing board. And welcome to Kyle.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
I had dropped in on the Parks Board, which I do occasionally do because it's close to my heart, at the meeting where Susan was nominated. I don't have a vote on that, but I was enthusiastic about her nomination and continue to be. So I'm really happy you're here. Thank you for volunteering.
I'm excited, to just be new to everything as well. I mean, all I've heard tonight is everybody wanting change. And, volunteering new people into new positions with a fresh face and a fresh perspective. Of course I can adapt. Of course I'm going to learn everything I can possibly learn. I'm a sponge. But just having a new perspective, I'm super excited. So I really appreciate this.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries 6-0. Congrats.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up is agenda item 19. Consider approval of a resolution adopting the updated procurement policy to align with recent changes to state law. Mr. Rizzo.
So, yeah, Brian, this is coming out, just letting you know that we were, I was reached out by a resident and wanted to know why we were raising this up. We know every time the legislature meets every 2 years, there's changes. We have to adhere to the changes. This is where we're raising the level of procurement from 50,000 to 100,000. That was, not done since what year was that?
1999, I believe. Oh my it's God. Been 25, 26 years, yeah.
So one of the things I did hear were the concerns were, wow, we're giving them a paycheck to go do what they want to do. They don't understand that we still have to follow a process. We have to do the reason that we started. So this is where let me give a history real quick. Back in the day, the city of Kyle, every department head would go out and buy what they needed. We didn't have a procurement process. So as a city, we figured out we needed to, when we hired Brian decided we need a procurement process, and we did that. We hired the team to do this, so that way we could keep tracks of what everybody was buying. So this was really important for us to do. The other thing that happens is that when we buy something, it has to be a competitive service price. But there are options, buy board. You've already got tools out there that go and do the best pricing, the best equipment, and cities buy from it, and that's buy board. And that's one of the things I think that residents were failing to know is that we still are going through that process, but now going through the buy board, somebody's already done that process for us. And is it federal or state recognized, the buy board? I can't remember.
Both.
Both, federal and state. So there's already a procurement process that happens. We're getting the best price, but now we can get there a little quicker to get the equipment that we need. It's not a free buy everything pass, is what I want to say. Could you talk about that process a little bit?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joshua Cronley. I'm the Assistant Director for Finance over Procurement. And I'm really glad you brought this item up because I think it's an important one to talk about because there have been some misconceptions I've heard tonight. While the formal competitive threshold has been moved from $50,000 to $100,000, it doesn't change our quoting requirement. It doesn't mean we have the ability to just go pick sole source vendors ad hoc. We still have to follow the procurement law, which requires us going and securing quotes and making those best value procurements to ensure we're spending the tax dollar wisely. And it also brings us in line with our other peer cities. When we drafted our procurement policy and put our playbook out there, we hadn't envisioned the law changing anytime soon since it had been in place for so long. And so this is just us recognizing that change.
I think the concern from the residents was that, hey, this is just a free ticket to go buy whatever you want. It's not. I mean, we've been working as a city to be more transparent and make sure that we're following process. The procurement officer now is a big result of what we've done as a city to make sure that we're doing things up to code and being very frugal with our dollars, right? Being very careful with our dollars, making sure that we have a process in place, we're transparent, and making sure that we have somebody that is now overseeing all the purchases, and that's your job. That's great. So it's just something I wanted to bring up because I know this is a concern. When you see, hey, the city can spend more money, residents are going to be like, wow, I mean, what's going on there? But this is something the state passed with their House bill, and it's because they saw a deficiency there. And usually when the state passes something, cities adhere to it, but sometimes it's punishing cities. And this was a little different, but it's still going to keep the oversight. It's going to keep the same process in place. So I wanted residents to feel at ease that we're not just giving somebody a free ticket to go buy whatever they want.
We're not.
Mayor and Council, if I could just amplify a couple of things Joshua mentioned. We do have more transparency in this process as well. On our website, we list out any purchases that are going to be made between that $50,000 and $100,000 level. So you'll be able to see those and those contracts that'll be published monthly on our website. So that'll be available as well.
That's awesome. That shows the work the team of Kyle's doing, the city team, and it's showing that we're being more transparent. We've taken a lot of steps as a council to give you the tools you need to make sure the information is getting out to the residents and they're seeing it in real time. So thank y'all for the hard work y'all do. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 19.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Harris to approve agenda item 19. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, thank you for explaining the entire deal on this. I was reached out maybe by the same resident, Minister Rizzo, Councilman Rizzo. They're concerned about it, that they wanted us to be more transparent on this when we make these kind of purchases. But if there is a process in place to where there is a website that you can see everything that we've purchased, maybe that person can be able to look online and see where we're at as far as what are the purchases the city needs moving forward on that end. Maybe there's not
Yes,
aware of that.
Councilman, there, on the procurement website right now, so if you went to cityofkyle.com/purchasing, you could view the authorized purchases under the city manager's signature authority. And you can see that report of all of those. Yeah. And, to quantify this for you, if we were to look at the last calendar year and quantify how many purchases fell that would now not would change with that change of authority, it's about 18 items. So it's not a significant number of items that fall in that period. But this is just one of those efficiency items that will allow us to continue moving forward without delay.
And to better improve our agendas, that would be 18 additional items that we would need to bring to council for votes and so forth. This has given them the authority to be able to look at those and decide.
Correct, and all of them are still bound by the policy that you all are passing today. So very transparent in what rules we'll be following.
That's good.
Councilmember Harris.
Not just bound by policy, but bound by the budget.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when I first started, you get a little something from me for the last 3 meetings, but our threshold was 15,000. It's now 100,000, and equally as amplified by exponentially more transparent than it was at that time. It's not just the threshold, it's what brings an item to an agenda in the first place and how does it get there and how do these dollars get spent. The transparency was all that I heard about when I was first elected. That was because you just couldn't tell how even though the threshold was lower, requiring items to come to council, it was very difficult to tell the motivations or how things were done. And certainly our new OpenGov platform is, impressive, very, very impressive. So congratulations to staff for, making that happen and generating the kind of trust, not just by saying trust me, but by doing the work of being transparent. It's easy to criticize, but when you really look at what's taking place, 100%, I agree with my colleagues that we're setting a new standard in Kyle for transparency on these kinds of matters. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 5-1. All right, next up is agenda item 31. It is consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, 3 parcels of land totaling .2614 acres as described in Exhibit A of the resolution from certain real property owned by Plum Creek Homeowners Association, Inc. for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway improvements for the Kohler's Crossing roundabout project. This has a roll call vote, and with that, I'm going to step out. I will try to get here in just a little while back on virtually. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Smites, Deputy City Manager for the record. We have 3 PCNs for you tonight. They're all for the same project, so I will go through the first presentation, and then the next 2 I will be very brief on, so we can move through the meeting. So this project is the Kohler Roundabout projects. American Structure Point is the design engineer there. They're at 100% design, and we have 5, 4, and 4 parcels at each intersection that we are trying to acquire. Here are the project limits. And then for this parcel, it's number 1. It belongs to the Plum Creek Homeowners Association. We prepared a survey and an appraisal, and we need 0.2614 acres. And improvements within the right-of-way here include a concrete sidewalk, vinyl fencing, and landscaping. And a PCN refers to the council determining whether the city's acquisition of an interest in a specific piece of real property, such as an easement or fee simple title, is necessary to effectuate a particular public use for the public's convenience and necessity. In this situation, the PCN finds that the Coulter's Crossing roundabout project is necessary and required to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and that acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. When the property owner and the city are unable to reach a negotiated agreement, the PCN authorizes the city to initiate eminent domain proceedings only if necessary to acquire the needed property. And we ask that you approve the resolution in front of you.
Okay, this is agenda item number 31. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Weitz?
Are we ready for a vote on that?
It's a good question.
Are we ready for a vote on that, or you want to take all of them at the same time?
We'll take them each separately since they need to be read separately.
I'd like to recommend approval of item 31.
Okay, we have a motion from Dr. Harris to approve agenda item number 1. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second one.
This requires very specific motion language.
Okay. For 31, okay. All right, I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of power eminent domain to acquire .264 acres of land in fee simple from property owned by Plum Creek Homeowners Association as described in agenda item number 31 for public use of constructing and operating public roadway improvements for the Coulter's Crossing roundabout roadway improvement project.
I will second that.
Okay. We had a second. All right. Any discussion on agenda item number 31? All those in favor say aye.
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 Councilmember,
We need a roll call vote.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. A roll call vote? Sorry.
Tobias,
Yes?
Rizzo. Yes. Harris,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Mitchell is absent. Zuniga,
Yes.
Heiser is absent.
Okay. We have a total of 5 votes. Agenda passes. Agenda item passes with 5 votes. All right. Next, we're going to go to agenda item number 32 to consider the approval of resolution finding public convenience and necessity, authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a parcel of land containing 1,724 square feet from certain real property owned by Cluck Ye for the public use and purpose of construction of public roadway improvements for Coulter's Crossing roundabout project.
Again, this is for the Coulter's Crossing roundabout project. This is parcel 11A. The project limits. Here's the site information. It's owned by Cluck Ya LLC. And we performed a survey and an appraisal here, and property interests here include 1,724 square feet of fee simple right-of-way, and then improvements within the right-of-way include concrete paving. And we ask that you approve the resolution.
Okay, do we have any discussion on the item?
Yes, just one. We do a lot of eminent domain requests fairly early on in projects. Some of our residents feel like we are actually suing those entities that we are requesting eminent domain. Would you explain why we do that early on in the process?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll ask Kent to help me on this, but we do it early in the process to keep the project moving. And as city manager mentioned earlier, time is money, and every day we don't get the project on the ground is going to cost the taxpayers more money. So to move through expeditiously with our property acquisition, we file these. It's just a matter of process. And then I'll let Kent speak about when we actually file suit.
Good evening, Councilmember Tobias, members of the council, Kent Sick, outside counsel for real estate acquisition. So yes, the passing of this resolution is just acknowledging that negotiations have occurred, and it's authorizing the filing of eminent domain if necessary. Eminent domain never gets filed unless it's for sure that you're not going to reach agreement. So in this particular case, this property has been through offer and final offer. This particular landowner has not responded, but that's not to say the city wouldn't entertain a settlement request even right before a commissioner's hearing. The city considers every settlement request very carefully.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Well, on that subject, I'd also like to add that very few of these PCNs actually go before the special commissioners.
Yes, sir. That's true.
Okay. All right, is there any motions? Or you got to read it? Okay. Referencing agenda item number 32, I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire 1,724 square feet of land in fee simple from property owned by Cluck Yeh, as described in agenda item number 32 for public use of constructing and operating public roadway improvements for the Kohler Crossings Roundabout roadway improvement project.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, we're going to have a roll call vote.
Yes.
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 Okay, we have a 5-0. Okay, motion passes. Next up, we're going to have number 33. Consider the approval of resolution finding public convenience and necessity, authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a parcel of land containing 2,092 square feet from certain real property owned by A+ Federal Credit Union for the public use and purpose of construction under roadway improvements for Kohler Crossing Roundabout project. This will have another roll call vote.
This is the third and final PCN before you tonight. Again, it's at Kohler Crossing Roundabout Project. It's parcel number 13. The project limits. It belongs to A+ Federal Credit Union. Again, we performed a survey and an appraisal here. Property interests include 2,092 square feet of fee simple right-of-way, and we just need the right-of-way. We are not going to construct any improvements here.
Okay.
And we ask that you approve the resolution, please.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, I moved that the city of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire 2,092 square feet of land in fee simple from property owned by A+ Federal Credit Union, as described in agenda item number 33 for the public use of constructing and operating public roadway improvements for the Kohler Crossings Roundabout roadway project improvement project.
Second.
Okay, second by Dr. Harris. Do you have any discussion on the motion? This will also require a roll call vote.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes.
Mitchell is absent. Rizzo,
Yes.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Heiser is absent. McKinney.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have agenda item number 34. Consider the approval of a resolution determining that a 29.82 acre portion of Kyle Vista must be used or taken for the purpose of constructing multiple public facilities and amenities, which may include development as a part of memorandum of understanding between the City of Kyle and Hayes County for a collaboration partnership. And this is presented by Jesse Izzo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A little background on this item. Council will remember on August 5th, we presented a MOU that was approved by City Council regarding a partnership with Hayes County for several projects all together on Kyle Vista property. In order to move forward with this MOU and the projects that are involved, the city is looking at that land. The city does not believe the land is officially dedicated parkland, but out of an abundance of caution, we're going to initiate Chapter 26 proceedings just to free that land up, just in case, according to the state requirements related to parkland use on Kyle Vista property. That includes 29.822 acres of land. It has, as I said, it has not formally been developed as a park and contains no dedicated recreational amenities at this time. So according to the Parks and Wildlife Code, section 26001, this is the section that we're initiating today. It includes a public hearing, and I'll lean on my city attorney to make sure that we do it at the proper time. I think it's coming up here in just a minute. But I want to make a specific note on this slide. It was a typo on my part. This is not a need for parkland for road bonds. This is a need for the Chapter 26 for that project for the MOU. This resolution that you will be approving, if approved, has the necessary findings for taking that land for the continued partnership of the project, which includes the 3 different parts approved in that MOU: a property lease developed by the county, significant park enhancements to the Cal Vista location, and joint participation in future animal services for regional support. I wanted to show specifically the parcels for that 20+ acres here. Council will remember this through the MOU on August 5th. And this item includes a public hearing which was posted in accordance with the requirements of 26002. So the recommendation is to hold that public hearing and approve the resolution as presented, to just out of an abundance of caution free up that land to continue that project. I'll take any questions.
All right.
Yep.
Go ahead. Do we open up the public hearing?
Do the public hearing first.
Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for this agenda item. If there's anybody who would like to come and speak in referencing this agenda item. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Okay, motion was made by Councilman Rizzo,
Second.
second by Councilmember Mark McKinney. Is there any discussion on the agenda item itself?
Me.
Go ahead, Councilman Zuniga.
Jesse, I'd just like to thank you, our city staff, and everyone involved for putting this collaborative project together that's really going to move our city forward with in the future, a really great animal adoption center with county offices there that are really going to serve our residents in a beautiful park area. I mean, I can think of 3 investments right now: Cuse building that we're going to see, Kensington, and this one. And I'm really looking forward to this one as well. And this is how we invest for the future of our city. We take the votes because we know that these are the right votes to put in place to create these types of projects. So thank you very much. I mean, you've really you've impressed me with how much planning you put into this.
Appreciate that, Councilman. We're very excited about it as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a quick question. What has the county been stating? I know you guys have been talking back and forth, but I haven't, I think that we're working with Commissioner Cohen and Inglesby on these projects. What have we heard from them as far as the types of amenities that we could be able to help with them with?
Well, as far as the MOU that was approved on August 5th, it's a partnership for their county building, which is to host administrative offices. We don't have a specific list yet for what offices will be in there, although some things have been mentioned in conversations, and then also the animal shelter participation for not only the city of Kyle, but also the outer region of our ETJ, and then taking elements of that original park from our pros plan and merging them to build out the rest of that facility with parks, trails, and amenities that complement not only those 2 buildings, but also the rest of Cal Vista Park, which is a large piece of land.
Yes, just that way, when we have residents in that area, especially in District 6, are going to be asking what kind of facility is going to be going there, we can be a little bit more letting them know the types of services that they can bring forward and the types of plans and so forth.
Certainly. Coming in October, we'll have not only the land lease, but also ILAs with the county. And at that time, I think we could bring a pretty detailed evaluation of what the county currently is expecting to be in that building.
And just by going by Commissioner's Court, watching Commissioner's Court, I know that some of the services coming in are going to be the extension of the Precinct 2 office. You're going to have one of the judges come over, and you'll have court on that side. You'll have the tax office there as well. You'll be able to pay your taxes, get your car stickers, whatever you need to do. The other thing is going to be the health department. So you'll have the county health department in that area, which is going to be a very valuable tool to that district. It's going to be amazing. The park behind the building now is going to be another park behind there that's going to be really great for everyone who lives in that community. We've got quite a few residents there. But the other thing is the Animal Adoption Center is something that, you know, we talk about needs and wants. This is a need because we have nothing once we lose the partnership with San Marcos. And so I want to thank you and staff for taking this seriously and taking them seriously and knowing that we needed to fill this need in our city. And now, you know, to get the county in as a partnership, bless you, as a partner, we are sharing that cost now, not putting the full burden on our residents. So it's important to make sure that we're continuing to collaborate with the county. Right now, I think, thanks to our staff and the county staff, we have great working relationships. It's a benefit when cities and counties and every municipality around us, whether it's school district or anyone else or other cities as well, working together is really key. Building that trust is something that we've really worked on as a community, as a council, as a city as well. So seeing everything that's the benefits coming out of that now is really exciting. But thank y'all for the hard work as well. But it is something that didn't happen overnight. It's collaboration, building trust. So thank y'all for what y'all do.
Thanks, Councilmember. We certainly did have to move quickly, but we have found a tremendous partnership with the county. And not only will we have that building, but the park and infrastructure will be updated in that area as well, Councilmember Tobias, and a tremendous animal care center that will be top tier in the entire region. So it's for everyone involved. It's a win.
Question? So do you have a timeline for this? Because I know for the Animal Resource Center, we're under a time crunch on this. Once we pass this, what is the next step? And then when do we expect to go to construction on that building?
We certainly do. So October 21st, we're bringing a full design contract to council. You'll see the contract come through. It'll also come with ILAs with our different partners. So it'll all come together as one, several items, but all together as one project.
You might say what ILAs are.
Interlocal agreements with our other partners. And then about a year, maybe a little less of full design. We want to make sure to do plenty of public outreach and with partnerships and programming, but there'll be about a year, maybe a little less of full design. So around this time next year, we'll be bringing a construction project back as well with our partnerships. And then maybe about a little over a year after that. So in a couple years, two and a half years probably at most, we'll be fully open, operational. We also, in this budget, was just passed, have a animal services director position that we'll be hiring, that while that design is going on, they'll be working with the design team, but also they'll be building an animal services board for the city with our partners, and also looking at programming and building partnerships for when we get up and running, and looking at how many FTEs we'll need and things like that. So there's a lot of work to be done over the next year to 2 years, but we're excited about it.
So how does that fit with the timeline for San Marcos to close our ability to use that
It's a little
shelter?
further than the original timeline they gave us, but they have assured us, and we have meetings actually with them coming up very soon, to give them the timelines and walk them through it, and they've assured us that as long as we're on track and that everything's moving smoothly, that we'll be okay as far as getting out of there without being kicked out.
And when they first approached us and told us about this, they did mention that if it looked like the entities around them that they were servicing were moving on the projects, then they would be amenable to giving us extra time to get our projects online. They just wanted to make sure that every entity took them seriously and was going to move forward with their own projects.
Okay. Any other discussion? And motions?
I move acceptance of item number 34.
Second.
Okay. The motion was made by Dr. Harris and seconded by Councilman Rizzo. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Agenda item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have agenda item number 35. Consider the approval of the amendment of number 2 to task order number 3 for HD Engineering Incorporated for surveying, geotechnical investigation, final design and bid construction phase administration for the Cromwell Reclaim Pump Station and Storage Facility in the amount of $684,940 for the total task order of $1,075,774. This presenter is by Mike Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just as a quick reminder on this project, Representative Lloyd Doggett was able to acquire $2 million in federal funding through the Environmental Policy Act on behalf of the city of Kyle. And the way this funding is going to be spent, most of it will go towards phase one of the project. Whatever's left over will go into phase two. So this is a big savings for the city of Kyle and our water reclamation program. So the city of Kyle has identified projects in the 2023 Reclaimed Water Master Plan as a strategy to reduce potable water demands. The plan identified Plum Creek Golf Course to be the highest demand of reclaimed water. The project proposes a reclaimed water pump station, a ground storage tank, and reclaimed water line to tie into the existing reclaimed water line at Heroes Memorial Park. The system will also serve the brick and mortar district and the sports complex in the future once infrastructure is in place. So HDR Engineering has completed preliminary engineering report in evaluating the expansion of the reclaimed water distribution system. The project has been separated into two phases, like I stated at the beginning. The reclaimed water line, which the design is near 60% complete. The reclaimed water pump station and ground storage tank. The design on the reclaimed water line obviously is currently underway. Oh, let me go back. So you can see the map there. It's kind of hard to read, but it shows the line going down Cromwell, and just on the south end where the beginning of the project starts, that's where the ground storage tank is, just a little bit above that. Actually, in that corner, I don't have a pointer I'd show you, but at the bottom right-hand corner in that area is where the ground storage tank and pump station will be located. So items included in this amendment are surveying and easement services, geotechnical review based on investigation performed for the reclaimed water line, a hydrologic and hydraulic review, final design services, bid phase administration, and construction phase administration. So the project timeline, the surveying, subsurface utility engineering, geotechnical review is going to take approximately 3 months. The final design, 9 months, and bid phase services and construction phase services, 2 months, and then 12 months accordingly. And so if you do all the calculations there, I'll go ahead and do them for you. It shows that November of 2027, construction should be complete on this project. So our recommendation is consider approval of amendment number 2 to task order number 3 with HDR Engineering Incorporated for surveying, geotechnical investigation and final design, and bid and construction phase administration for the Cromwell reclaimed pump station and storage facility in the amount of $684,940 for a total task order amount of just over $1 million. We recommend approving the amendment.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Murphy?
I do.
Okay, Dr. Harris.
How assured are the federal funds? Because the federal funds that have not been drawn down, some of those are being clawed back. So how certain are we of that $2 million?
Councilmember, yes, we're working very closely with the EPA to get those funds drawn down. We actually have another earmark from Congressman Kassar that for that same project. So in all, we have about $3 million for the project. We are working through the application process now. They make us actually apply for in a grant. And we are working really closely with the EPA office, and they're fast tracking us now. So we feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to draw down those funds here very soon. And they were also having us explore whether we can apply those funds to the design that is already underway. So we're working with them, and we're confident we can get those drawn down.
Okay. So we're not going to make any final decisions until we know for sure?
Final decisions
about the progress of this project. I mean, I want to see this project happen.
Right. The project will move forward regardless because we need to bring the reclaimed water to Heroes Memorial Park and to our sportsplex fields and things like that. But I'm confident we can get the funds. I was a little nervous, but working with the staff now that we're working with at the EPA, I think we can draw these down.
I would just also add that Aiken Gump, our federal advocate that we have, has helped us work through some of the paperwork challenges and issues associated with that, and they've been very helpful, and they also feel confident that those funds are available. After the project is designed, there'll be another opportunity for you to see exactly where the status of that is, and if there were to be some kind of concern with it, we could certainly address it at that time, but we feel confident that we have the funds for this.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Dr. Zuniga?
Yeah, just quick question, Mike.
Sir.
So for the residents listening, reclaimed water is type 2, type 3 from the treatment plant?
It
Is that
currently is
correct?
type 2 from the treatment plant, but with our early work package that's scheduled to be complete in July of 26, we'll be producing type 1.
And I guess the reason it's getting used at the Heroes and the golf courses, because these are they're buying the reclaimed water back from the city. So there's a sale going on, right? So
Yeah, we
this
currently
is
have
why
a-
we don't have it just
Yes.
everywhere, because you have to have a user that uses the capacity,
Right.
right? And so the golf course naturally needs it.
Correct.
And they're willing to pay the city back for the reclaimed water that we're cleaning up at the waste.
That's correct. Well,
treatment
we currently have an agreement with the golf course for reclaimed water, and we are in the very final stages of having a new agreement with the golf course that it will take us many, many more years into the future. And so we've got that, and then like Amber was saying, we've also got a commitment to the sports complex also, with that reclaimed water. They're going to be a big customer too, an in-house customer, but for their irrigation services at that site.
Right. So, I mean, we're looking at all types of water conservation and reuse investments here, and
Correct.
and we're expanding that network.
Yeah.
Sure.
And we've got big plans for the reclaimed water, where we'll be starting our IPR, DPR study probably sometime in October, which could be a really big thing for the city of Corpus Christi, or for the city of Cal.
Yeah, and I'm really thankful that we got earmarked $2 million in grant funding for this water infrastructure. So, thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Any motions?
I move to approve agenda item number 35.
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Councilmember McKinney and second by Dr. Harris. Any more discussion on the agenda item? Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're moving on to agenda item number 36. Consider approval of a contract with American Structure Point for preliminary engineering and development of 30% schematic design for the roundabouts at Kohler's Crossing and Marketplace Avenue and Kyle Crossing in the amount of $954,259. Presenter will be Mike Trimble.
Evening, council members. So as you may recall, back in March 2025, the city closed a request for qualifications for engineering design services for the roundabouts at Kohler's Crossing, at Marketplace, and at Kyle Crossing. And then in April, council authorized the city manager to negotiate a contract with American Structure Point for these services. The contract includes preparing a preliminary summary of information, developing a 30% plan, specifications and estimates, schematic design, conducting an environmental review, supporting public involvement, analyzing traffic data, performing surveying and mapping, and completing subsurface utility engineering as well. And just to refresh your memory, these are the locations of those roundabouts. Again, they're at Kohler's Crossing at Marketplace Avenue, and then at Kohler's Crossing and Kyle Crossing. And these contemplate two-lane roundabouts at these intersections. The schedule for this is a 7-month schedule to perform these services, and so if we were to start these services in the October timeframe, we would anticipate finishing up these services in April of 26. So options recommendation is to consider approval of a contract with American Structure Point for preliminary engineering and development of a 30% schematic design for the roundabouts at Kohler's Crossing at Marketplace Avenue and Kyle Crossing in the amount of $954,259. Staff recommendation is to approve the contract, and we do have the consultant here as well if you have any questions.
Question.
Yes, go Dr. Harris.
I didn't understand the timeline. Was that only for the 30%, or was that for the whole project?
This is for this contract for the 30%.
So that's that seems like for a limited project, a long lead time. Is there some reason it's taking that long, just for 30%?
Well, there are 2 roundabouts involved, and so to do the 30% for both of those roundabouts, also there is right-of-way utilities, a pretty substantial amount, given the location of these roundabouts. That will probably be driving the bulk of the schedule to this point. I would anticipate the full PS&E on these projects would probably take about 1.5 years total. But to get this work done, it seems about right to do about 7 months.
So what then would be the completion of the actual roundabouts?
So 100% PS&E again, and again, maybe I'll ask the consultant to come up. Steve, you might have a little more information on that. I would anticipate it'd be about 1.5 years total for 100% PS&E, but we won't know until we get further into this contract itself.
Yes, ma'am. Steve Wadaki, American Structure Point, and Mike's right on the money. It'll take, once we complete the 30%, it'll take about 1.5 years to get through that. There are a number of utilities that are going to have to be relocated. We're coordinating it with the adjacent bridge project over the railroad tracks. So there's actually quite a bit going on with this project.
So completion of the roundabouts and perhaps the
from their
bridge
construction.
project.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, completion of construction will be estimated.
That's a good guess at this point. I don't have a good answer at that right now.
Councilmember, we'll know more once we get to this 30%. We'll have a much better idea. We'll have some cost estimates, and then we'll have a better idea of what that timeline for construction will be.
Yeah, I would appreciate getting this moving as quickly as possible. Those intersections are so dangerous. You know, I see cars almost get hit all the time, and in fact, they do get hit on those intersections because they are blind. There's a hill there, and I just would appreciate getting these moved quickly.
Absolutely, council member. And to refresh council's memory as well, we do have the interim improvements that council approved for us to move forward with. We are going out to bid with those, I believe, tomorrow. And we're still anticipating getting the interim improvements done at Marketplace and along that section of the corridor done by the end of the year.
But not on Cromwell.
Not at that location. The interim improvements are at Marketplace and then include some interim improvements going up to Kyle Crossing as well.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else have any questions? I kind of echo some of that because I've driven down that, especially on Friday nights when you get ready for the games. The traffic is there. It's just getting very, very compact as far as those intersections there. And when the roundabouts get designed, are we looking at the size of possibly as big as Burleson, or is it going to be a different size? Because I know we're adopting a specific standard on the roundabout size and so forth.
As far as the design of these specific roundabouts, one of the things that we're going to be primarily focused on is the truck traffic through there.
Okay.
So you've got the, I believe it's the Amazon facility that's there, and I think it's Home Depot that also has a facility there.
Yes.
And then you have a cabinet making facility on Marketplace as well. But both of those roundabouts are going to look at the volumes of truck traffic and then what size trucks do we need to put through there. WB 67s, I know that doesn't really mean much to you, but think of the biggest trucks you see out on the interstate. That's primarily what's going to the Amazon, the Home Depot, and that cabinet making facility. We're going to design both of those to handle those and get them through there and move the traffic as well.
Okay, great, good. Okay, is there any motions on the item?
I move approval of item number 36.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Harris for approve agenda item number 36. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Mark McKinney to approve agenda item number 36. Any other further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Agenda item passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, agenda item number 37, consider approval of resolutions to submit City Council's nominations for 2 upcoming director positions for appointment to serve on the Board of Directors of the Hayes Central Appraisal District. This is under Presenter Perez Mobi.
So, council members, the city recently received a letter from the chief appraiser of Hayes Central Appraisal District. This letter was also sent to all of the other jurisdictions in Hayes County, advising all the jurisdictions that are 2 director positions coming up for vacancy in December. Both director positions are for a 4-year term, which begins January 1, 2026 and ends December 31, 2029. The deadline to submit the nominations to the chief appraiser is before October 15, 2025. And if the city chooses to submit nominations, it must be in the form of a resolution approved by the city council. There are a total of 9 directors on the board of the Hayes Central Appraisal District. 5 are to be appointed by the taxing units, 3 to be elected by majority vote at the general election by the voters of the county, and 1 ex officio director to be served by the county tax assessor collector. So the 2 director positions whose term ends in December 31st, 2025, one is a representative from the Dripping Springs ISD, and the other is from Hayes Central ISD. The eligibility requirements are pretty straightforward. Must be resident of the district, must have resided in the district for at least 2 years immediately preceding the date the nominee takes office. An individual who's otherwise eligible to serve on the board is not ineligible because they serve on the governing body. In plain English, that means is any one of you can be nominated, and it's okay. An employee of a taxing unit that participates in the appraisal district is not eligible. So, for example, city manager, director of finance, assistant city managers would not be eligible. A person may not serve if they're engaged in appraising property for compensation in the preceding 3 years, or has been an employee of the appraisal district in the preceding 3 years. So the chief appraiser recommends when you pick a nominee, if you're going to pick a nominee tonight, they ought to have some expertise in business management, information systems, computers, accounting, finance, real estate, taxation. So this is how the voting formula works for the board of directors for the appraisal district. The allocation is based on 2024 tax levy for each taxing unit. In other words, the school districts, the conservation districts, the cities, the county, each one. There's a total of 2,000 votes allocated between all the taxing jurisdictions within the appraisal district's boundaries. The 2024 tax levy was $799 million. That's the 100%. So when you allocate based on Kyle's allocation, our 2024 tax levy was 32 million. So that is 4%, roughly 4% of the total tax levy for all jurisdictions. So City of Kyle's share of votes, 4% equals 81 votes of the 2,000 total votes. So here's some key dates to keep in mind. The chief appraiser requests each taxing unit for nominations. That must happen before October 1. That has already taken place. We received that letter and notice. Before October 15, this is the next deadline. Taxing units must submit their nominations, if they want to, by October 15th. And before October 30th, the chief appraiser will prepare the ballot and send it back out to the jurisdictions. And before December 15, the taxing units cast their allocated votes. And then before December 31, the chief appraiser counts the ballots and declares the 2 winners are selected for those 2 vacancies. After January 1, the elected board takes oath of office and they elect their officers. So these are the options for council tonight. Option 1, you can nominate one or for both by City Council and approve the resolution today for submission to Chief Appraiser before October 15th. That's your first option. Second option is you don't nominate you don't make any nominations tonight, and wait for the ballot to come back to the city with the nominations presented by other jurisdictions. And then you cast your vote before December 17th based on what's on the ballot from other jurisdictions. Then option 3 is something different or a combination or some variation. So we need direction from City Council tonight if you are wanting to make nominations for one or both. If you don't want to make nominations tonight, then you have the option to wait until the ballot comes back and you vote on who's on the ballot. So with that, I'll end my presentation and answer any questions y'all may have.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Perez? Dr. Harris?
Got a lot of questions tonight. Maybe it's just because it's late and I'm tired. But so are these paid or voluntary positions?
These are voluntary positions. You serve on the board. They meet once a month. I don't know the day of the week. It changes when they elect officers.
And then my other question is, it looked from the schedule like we have till October the 15th to make a nomination. Is that not right?
Yeah, we have to submit it in the form of a resolution. So we wanted to bring it ahead of schedule, so council had sufficient time to decide who you want to nominate.
So we have those till the 15th. We've got about a month.
Yes, we have one more council meeting, I think.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any feedback on any nominations for this item?
Just wanted to let everybody know that, you know, when you do something like this, it's a lot of different jurisdictions voting on this. Usually, I know last year, I think it was last year when I tried to get on this board, I thought about serving. I wasn't really, there was some concerns on how they did appraisals. I wanted to get more involved in the process. Is something that I thought was really important, to really know this process and try to be a part of it and maybe bring some judgment or something to the board, right? Better judgment. But, you know, I know last year it was, I think it was myself, Mark Jones, several other people, and I know Mark's going to do a great job. I don't know if he's been appointed yet or not, but I think this is a really important position because you, as a resident of Kyle, you could probably help out and determine whether the home evaluations are good ones or not really what we see as residents here in Kyle. You know, sometimes I feel like home evaluations are inflated, really don't recognize what we have on the ground when it comes to infrastructure, quality of life. So that kind of concerns me, but unfortunately this time around, I've got too much on my plate. I serve on quite a few boards. On the CABCOG for the city of Kyle. I represent the region. I'm part of the Hays County Historical Commission, Hays County Food Bank, and on top of that, the Kyle Radio. So I think I've got enough on my plate right now. So I think this time I'll probably decline. I love serving Kyle, love serving the city in every capacity, but I think this time I'll leave it to one of my council members to see if they have the passion to want to serve. It's a volunteer position like everything else we do. You're not getting paid, but it makes an impact. But if there's a council member here that would love to serve, you definitely would have my support. And I think it's an important jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I got too much on my plate right now.
Could I make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we do consider making a nomination, at least one nomination to the board, and that we do so by we submit our nominations for that by our next council meeting and take this issue up at the next council meeting.
Okay, motion was made to make a nomination, but to postpone, to table until the next council meeting, which will be in October the 2nd, I believe, the 8th on that end.
Okay.
I second that motion. All right, any other discussion on the motion itself? Okay, those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Thank
Say
you,
nay.
Council.
Okay, thank you. Motion approves. All right, we're moving on to agenda item number 38. It's going to be to consider the approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Trim Built Construction for the Kyle Community Center renovation at 1500 Daisy in the amount of $3,746,433, which includes a contingency of $749,288.60 for a total contract amount not to exceed $4,500,000 based on the RFP 2025 RFP 24. This would be presenter David Lopez, Parks Director.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. There's a lot of history on this project dating back to December 2024. The city purchased a building nearly 11,000 square feet at 1500 Daisy. And then immediately following in January 2025, we selected BSW from our Parks rotation list to serve as the architectural firm. Following that, we spent February to June basically coming up with some design, taking some public input, and council finally decided on the Mega Max Flex option. And so upon completion of the construction documents for that design layout, we opened an RFP for construction at the end of July, and the bids closed for that on August 19th. The construction scope included, as a way of reminder, 6 multipurpose rooms, a catering kitchen, 2 staff offices, actually just 2 offices in general, a lobby area, and caretaker rooms, including ADA compliant restrooms. FF&E is not included in this contract. All right.
You might explain what FF&E is?
Thank you. Furnitures, fixtures, and equipment. Those darn acronyms. Okay, the slides will not advance. Could be user error. There we go. Thank you. Okay, we're all familiar with the project location, but just a brief reminder, it's on 1500 Daisy Lane, just near the Seton Hospital building. Here's the existing shell layout. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Full interior remodel. And again, here's the approved facility floor plan that we call the Mega Max Flex option. You see the multi-purpose rooms with the retractable walls, as well as the caretaker rooms, kitchen, upper right-hand corner. I know that's kind of hard to read, but I believe you're all familiar with that. And we shared in a recent weekly report some of the facility elevations, but I think it's the first time we're sharing it in a public meeting. So here you have the lobby reception area, as well as an example of a couple of the multi-purpose rooms with one of the walls retracted. Overall, that multi-purpose area, if fully open, would accommodate up to 300. So for this RFP, we received 4 qualified proposals, and we are recommending a contract with Trim Built Construction. Trim Built Construction, Inc. has had the most experience, but here's kind of the way we weighted these projects out, giving the most points to experience, followed by the project schedule and price, as well as quality control and safety plans, all having equally 20 points. And then we also looked at their key personnel with 15 points max. So why we picked Trim Built was because they had the most expertise on file for the project, comparable expertise. They seem to have a strong delivery rationale for the timeline. Again, they had the most experience, they had the most elaborate proposal, and the price was within budget, which was very important for this project. So the timeline for this, we would mobilize if approved tonight in early October, get that NTP out, notice to proceed, sorry about the acronym. And then in substantial completion in February 2026, and then final completion in March 2026. We're trying to fast track and be as efficient as we can with this contract, but a lot of that's going to depend on the material lead times. So the base bid for this contract is about $3.3 million. We do have some adults in this project, some not as expensive. Adult 1 is for some parking expansion and some island work. Adult 2 was some limestone benches in the front area, so about $6,000 total for those two adults combined. Adult 3 was the most expensive at $410,000, and that was for a motorized partition walls. We have, as staff, a lot of concern, as well as the architect, with these motorized walls. They're really expensive, and they would put us over budget, but a lot can go wrong with the mechanized walls, and we will have staff at this facility to assist with the retracting and the moving of walls, as well as the furnishings for the site. But the overall contract, we included all adults just to have the range for consideration tonight, plus a 20% contingency, bringing the total to nearly $4.5 million. In addition to a recommendation for the approval of the contract, we would like some direction for an option. Option 1 is just the base bid with 20% contingency. Option 2 is the base bid plus adults 1 and 2, that $6,000 I mentioned earlier, that we are recommending. And that's a total of $4 million if we took all the contingency. We don't think we'll use very much of that 20%, but we wanted to have that in because we are trying to fast track the project. And there may be some unforeseen variables. Option 3 would be the base bid and all adults, including that motorized wall that we're not recommending, for the total of 4.5 with contingency included. And so the options before you this evening are to approve the contract with one of the options, or deny the contract, or some hybrid of that. Staff recommends approving the contract with option 2. Any questions?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this project. It's something that we have been working on for a while, and that was getting the seniors a home, making sure we had more public space as well. This is a huge investment that we're doing in the city, not only purchasing the building, now remodeling it as well, finishing up the design. I don't think the community knows how big of an investment we're making. I hope the seniors are watching to know that we kept our promise. We're making this huge investment, and we're, making sure it comes to fruition in real time. The old proposed option was to build something, and it would have been decades. Some of the seniors might not have been here by the time that building came to fruition. This one's coming to fruition in real time. We're making a huge investment, so I hope that everybody realizes that we didn't forget our seniors. We didn't forget the community. We're actually investing heavily in both, and it's something I'm really glad that we were able to do as a city, keep our promise to our seniors and our community. So I'm looking forward to moving forward on this project. I want to see it come to fruition as fast as possible, so that way everybody gets to enjoy it. That's going to be what I'm going to challenge you, David, and staff. Let's get this building open as quickly as possible, please. And with that, I'd like to approve option 2, agenda item number 38.
I have a question.
Okay, good question, Dr. Harris, or motion was made.
Got a motion.
Motion was made by Councilor Rizzo. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Dr. Harris to approve agenda item option number 2. Dr. Harris?
So we've been telling the seniors and us that this facility would be available for move-in in January. This is 3 months off of that, at least, maybe 4. Can you explain that to me? Because it's been months we've been saying January.
Yeah. In talking, and really in evaluating the 4 qualified contracts, 3 of the 4 had proposed the same timeline, just to ensure that it was built properly, and accounting for any unforeseen variables. Again, we're going to try to move as quickly as possible, but it was important for the evaluator, city staff, as well as CAS to ensure that the building is done properly. And even if it took a little while longer, we did have a conversation with the CAS board on this, and they were in agreement as well.
Well, one of the things that I'm concerned about in our construction contracts is that the agency that we choose be able to start it with sufficient staff to complete on a timely basis, and that they start it on a timely basis, that they're not waiting to start this project until they finish another project, and they're not devoting one person to the project, so it goes on and on. So how are we assuring that there is immediate and significant progress?
that was one of the important criteria were the staff, the skilled staff and the experienced staff that they had with this trim built team. We felt it was the strongest group and the most availability for this project. And so we're going to press to get this NTP issued as quickly as possible so that we can get started on that. We feel very confident in this company and their history in the Central Texas region and with comparable projects. We think we're setting up for success.
In our contracts, are we including incentives for on-time completion and penalties if they run late?
I don't believe we have incentives or penalties built in. I'll defer to somebody in purchasing, but.
Yeah. Brian, is that, I mean, we've talked about this on other contracts, that we maybe need to be including this in all of our contracts?
Yeah, we typically have a liquidated damages provision that we include in some of the contracts, and I'll ask, Joshua or any of the other staff to comment on that. That's a typical provision that we have. So, Joshua, do you have more information?
Yes, that liquidated damages is exactly what I was going to say. We didn't have a structure. We're using an RFP to bid this, so we didn't include any incentives. We're not doing like a competitive sealed proposal or anything that would allow us to do early finishing incentives, but we are utilizing liquidated damages to ensure that, if they're not meeting the deadline and the schedule, we have the ability to make them pay for it. We also have the ability to go with somebody else, but we know that would delay things further.
So liquidated damages means we have to be able to say what those damages are by the delay.
Correct.
And that's different from having a contract completed on time.
Correct.
Because there may not be, if you're 4 months off, there may not be any actual monetary related to that, but there may be a lot of other issues related to that. I mean, like the Cuse has already started, clearing out things, getting storage for the things they're not bringing to the building, but they need to keep. These are expenses that they are.
Well, and those would be items that would be potentially included in damages if CAS or we had damages related to it. Those are costs that then we can charge the contractor for. But we feel like this is an aggressive timeline that we put forward. We're pushed very hard to do the work very quickly, but as you saw, I think all of you have been through the building. You've seen the photos. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. It's concrete work, plumbing work, electrical work, all the finish out that goes with it, the lead times for all of those things. It simply just does not happen overnight. I know that the interest is to try to do it as quickly as possible, and we want to do that. But it's a $4.5 million facility. It's going to take a little time to put it all together. So we're trying to move that forward very quickly. But the liquidated damages, we believe, it gives us the ability to make sure that if there are damages to the city and they're not performing, we can seek those damages and then potentially, if needed be, change out the contractor if we had to do that.
Also,
do we have
we're in no rush to
accommodations for
change.
CAS?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear.
Do we have accommodations for CAS in the meantime?
There's no rush to get them out of the Creek building, so
Well,
they'll still have.
the rush is that the space is completely utilized. Today at lunch, we had no chairs available, no place to put anybody that came in a little bit late. Every single space was taken at lunch. We are absolutely maxed in that building.
They actually turned people away last week when I was there, and it's tough to see. I mean, we've got, one of the things I when I'm sitting there and I'm looking at everybody, I'm thinking about it's not just a building for seniors to come and have a meal. It's health as well. Some of these seniors are home alone. To come out there and have their being able to spend time with others, that's great for their mental health. It's a health issue as well. So bringing this building online is probably saving lives. I'm not going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because we've got seniors that are home alone. Now they have somewhere to go and be a part of the community. So it's really important to have that time with others. I mean, Look, as humans, we got to have that community support, and if we don't have that, it's tough. So the sooner that we can get this building online and going, I would appreciate it, because when I'm sitting there and I'm at lunch with seniors, and I've been going there for years now, we do a Thanksgiving luncheon every year for them. And the last couple of years, we've been doing to-go boxes because we hate to turn anybody away. And so it's something we've been doing for quite a few years, the senior lunches, and I just don't like to turn anyone away. So let's try to get this building online as quick as possible, because it's important. I mean, it's important to our seniors, it's important for their health. It's just important for the community, please.
Well, we certainly hear you, Councilmember and Councilmember Harris. We know it's important to you and the council and to the seniors in the community, and that's why we've been pushing very hard to deliver this project. But where we are currently on September 16th, to have this done in December, it's just not, we do not believe that's physically possible to make that happen, but we want to push as quickly as we can with also making sure that we get a quality product. So we believe that extra 30 to 60 days that we've talked about in the schedule allows us to do that. So, but we do understand the urgency. We've tried very hard to do that. We knew from the very beginning this is a very aggressive schedule, as we've talked to the council about many times. As we've come back here to talk through the design options, we knew that was an aggressive schedule with the procurement responsibilities that we had and to go through the process, but we're very focused on delivering.
Yeah, I do believe that. I believe that it will be a top quality facility when we get it done. I have confidence in Trimbuilt. I would have had confidence in Swinnerton or even the other two. I want to express my disappointment that we're running already a few months behind what we were saying just yesterday. We were still telling the seniors, yeah, we're on schedule to move in January, and we're really not. And to second what Councilmember Rizzo said, isolation is the leading cause associated with death in seniors. And this center offers so much: blood pressure checks, a balanced meal, food to take home sometimes, and a camaraderie, where we know if people need help. And the senior center is able to meet that. So we're really excited about getting the new building. We're excited about having maybe enough room for 300, because we're bumping, we don't have enough chairs for even 100 in there right now. Like I said, we used every single chair today. So thank you for the excellent building and the excellent plans, and get it moving.
Thank you.
Councilman Zuniga.
Yeah, David, so I know I want to echo what our council has set up here. The promise we made to the seniors, we want to, promises made, promises kept. This council, for the history is that, like, seniors had been looking forward to a community center for years, and there were plans, and it never really got moved, a lot of traction. But this council last year made that commitment. We found the location. The building was, thank you, Robert and Michael, founding that building. And that got us a lot closer. So, this last year we were discussing the layout, and now we're visioning it, and the seniors are really excited. So we do not want to let them down any longer than we need to. So I echo what the council is saying, to expedite this project, so that, it can bring more of our seniors together. They need that space for their activities, for education, for community events. It's a need. It's like we don't have that in our city. We have no rooms, no banquet rooms, nothing for school children or nothing like that. The CAS building is too small. So, I mean, it's like it's frustrating, that people ask you for this need, and I say, I don't know where we're at. I don't know what's happening. And there's some of us that are closer to it. They get more information, and they're looking at this and saying, well, it's already behind. So, that's just a frustration. I mean, not that we're all trying our best, right? But we don't want to drop the ball on this one. And I've seen the ball get dropped, and so that's not what I don't want to make that. I don't want to see that happen. Especially if I'm here my last year, I want to make sure this project gets delivered. That's where I'm coming from.
Councilmember, we're certainly not going to drop the ball. We do not believe we've dropped the ball on this project. There's been a number of design changes that have been made to this project along the way that we've tried very hard to keep it on track and to make sure that we deliver. And we feel confident that, again, we've got a good contractor, a good product, a good process here, and that we can deliver this within the stated timeframes. And I think it'll be something we're all very proud of, and we're excited about that. But there's been a series of changes that we've all worked through over the last several months that I think we've been very transparent about some of the timelines associated with those when we make those changes, that we wanted to make sure council and the community knew to get it right, to make sure you spent more time on that on the front end to get that input. It did add some time to the project. So those are some of the things that we've dealt with from the beginning to the end. And I think we're excited to move forward. We want to make sure it happens. But I did want to remind the council about all the different discussions that have been had over the past 4 to 6 months.
And David, no reflection on you. You're doing a great job. I think as a dais, we've made some promises, and I think we want to see those come together in real time. But you and your staff have done an amazing job, and I hope you don't feel like this is us coming down on you. We're not. I promise you. I think this is I think we're kind of on ourselves because we want to see this happen in real time. Make sure our seniors know that we love them, we care about them, and we're not forgetting about them. Is what I think what the discussion up here is about. But thank you, and I know that you and staff are going to do your due diligence to try to get this project moving fast. So, but I am going to challenge you a little bit because
Thank you for saying that. We want the same things.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I did have a conversation with somebody from Cuse, the total opposite. They're like, somebody said, take your time because I want it done right. But in real time, is what Dr. Harris is saying, when you're having these meals and they're having to push people away, there's that concept. And I know that we closed on the building earlier this year, and it's just, we had the public engagement, which took some time. We wanted to get everybody's feedback, which we were excited about that. Then we had some changes that were made. And so when you go back to the building, because I drive by it every day and I look inside, I'm looking at, okay, where's the sewer line going to be? Where's the, because it's still concrete, and then the rafters. I mean, how sound are they? Are they safe? Have we done the inspection on the out perimeter of the foundation itself? The plumbing, are we going to need to connect the plumbing to the next door neighbor? Those things are going to have to be looked at, and they might take time. And again, we may not have all that done in 4 months. And I know I've had a conversation with Councilman Rizzo that we wanted to have it done by Christmas because they wanted to have their yearly festival or their feast and be in their new building by then. But it is important for us, and I know that if being approved, if this goes through, then we'll be on a good timeline. If the company can come to us on a maybe monthly basis to give us an update on where we're at, and then maybe give us photographs and say this is how far along we are. If we can get regular updates, we can then reassure, like I said, the promises that we made to the people that it's coming, but at the same time, we're also making sure it's done correctly on that end. So.
Yeah, we need to make sure that the seniors are getting those updates so they know exactly what the status is, pictures of what's going on in the building. Here's what we're doing now. Here's what it's going to look like. I think it will be very reassuring. And I think it isn't so much that we haven't met our timelines on this project. I think it's more that we have made promises in the past about projects for the seniors that have completely fallen through. So, we have a trust to uphold.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we meet with them bi-weekly and give them updates on this project. They love getting those.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Let's make sure, I'll make sure that those get passed along at the CAS meetings, at the regular monthly or weekly luncheons as part of our agenda on that they get to see this is exactly what's happening right now. This happened this last 2 weeks.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for option number 2. Any more discussion on this item?
Second.
Okay, all right. Yeah, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, item passes 5-0. Congratulations. All right, next item we have up is
Councilman
agenda.
Willie, it was 6-0.
Oh, 6-0? Okay.
Yeah.
6-0.
Ah.
There he is. All right, next item we have is number 39. Consider the approval of task order number 16, WGI, for the development of the preliminary schematic and final designs for the Cromwell Drive Extension Project in the amount of $667.80. Again, this is presented by Mike Trimmel, Director of Transportation.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Director Ravli Kosaraju to walk you through this.
Good evening, council members. Ravli Kosaraju, Assistant Director, Traffic Transportation Management, City of Kyle. Thank you for your patience while I go through the slide deck here at this hour. So we're here to present the Cromwell Drive extension to y'all today. To give you a little bit of background on the project, the proposed Cromwell Drive extension is intended to extend from the southern edge of our City of Kyle property, just north of Benner there on the screen, going all the way to Rickardson. So those are the project limits identified in that exhibit there to the right. This project will be providing access along with utility and drainage improvements to support the future City of Kyle Sportsplex, which you'll see there in the green with all the letters. For the project scope, task order number 16 with WGI includes the 30% roadway design. It also includes the subsequent phases of design, so your 60, 90%, and then issued for construction documents as well with, of course, the corresponding specifications and cost estimates to go with that for these proposed street improvements or extension. It will also include any right-of-way and utility coordination that is going to be required as part of the extension. Just to give you a snapshot of the cross-section, this is what we've currently proposed through some preliminary conversations internally. So proposing 2 11-foot travel lanes, through lanes, along with the 13-foot center two-way left turn lane. We're also proposing the Vibe Trail on one side of this, along with sidewalk and landscaping on both sides of Cromwell here. This is going to be a proposed right-of-way of 80 feet. The options we're here to present tonight, along with the recommendation, is to consider approval of task order number 16 with WGI Inc. For the development of the preliminary schematic, which is at 30%, and then the final plans, which would be the ultimate ones that go out to bid and construction for the Cromwell Drive extension project in the amount of $667,080. The options we have tonight are to approve the task order number 16 or to deny task order number 16, and staff is recommending approving task order number 16.
Okay, there's any questions?
Yeah,
Councilor Rizzo?
Yeah, just wanted to see, are there any walkways in this project at all? Or is it just all street, Mike? Or whichever, whoever, yeah.
So yeah, we are proposing, and I can go to the cross-section there. So we are proposing a 10-foot shared use path on the east side of Cromwell. And then on the west side, we're proposing a 5-foot sidewalk.
But there's no crossover on Cromwell, on the street itself?
Oh, you're talking about crosswalks. Oh, okay, my apologies, I misunderstood that.
Because we've got the parks there, I just wanted to see if there's any crosswalks there. If there is, I'd love to see some raised elevation crosswalks, maybe some signaling, something. I don't know, I guess we wouldn't have a lot of traffic there, or we could, maybe, I don't know, with the park infrastructure and everything.
Eventually.
Yeah, we will eventually. So I was just wondering if we make sure when we're going to design, we explore all our options, the elevated crosswalks, the colored sidewalk crosswalks, to make sure it identifies itself.
Yeah, and Councilmember, we will explore all of that as part of the design of this project. So again, as we get through 30%, we'll start to develop, what those crosswalks might look like, where those intersections will be, and then we'll look at, what signage would be, recommended, all those types of things. We'll start to work through that as we get through to 30%, and then kind of refine that as we get through the rest of 60, 90% as well.
Sounds good. Just want to make sure everybody walking through there is safe, and that's it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
What would be the idea of speed cushions in that area?
Yeah, I'll
You
just say
know,
that
you got all the pedestrian traffic.
Well, the elevated sidewalks will slow them down as well, because they're elevated. The colors of the elevated sidewalks slows them down as well. So that's kind of what I like, the elevated. Anytime you have a roundabout or you have traffic, elevated sidewalks or crosswalks are the way to go through, because they make people stop, right?
Yeah.
Slow down. That's the biggest thing. So that's something that I think as a city we need to really heavily invest in, is the elevated crosswalks. Colored elevated crosswalks is important, so that way we can keep everybody walking safe. And then any signaling we can do helps as well.
Yeah, and I think that the street design definitely speaks to your point, Councilmember, about kind of traffic calming. The 11-foot lanes, for example, helps to calm traffic as opposed to having wider lanes. That helps to calm traffic through that area. If we did need to look at more substantial improvements, such as speed cushions and other things, we definitely look at that as part of the design. We understand the context that this is going in. It's definitely a connection to our transportation network. We understand it's also supporting the sports complex, and we're going to high volumes of pedestrians. A lot of folks parking that area, walking over to the facilities, and we're going to be coordinating closely with the Parks Department and the folks that are working on the Sportsplex development to see what those needs are. So as that's getting programmed, we'll also do that coordination as we're developing this project as well.
That's awesome. Thank you, Mike. Thank you all for y'all's due diligence in that.
Any other discussion? Any motions? Go ahead, Zuniga.
I'm sure this is like well planned and coordinated, but isn't the road gonna take out like a major part of the walking trails in there? If you're slicing through there?
Yeah, I don't believe those exist right now. I think this is really a greenfield development, just like several components of the Sportsplex are. This roadway itself, this extension is actually through greenfield at this point. So there's really not those walkways existing right now. We're actually putting those in place.
Mm-hmm. So I guess it's compatible. I mean, I'm saying like, what would happen to the walking trails in the future there if the road's in the middle of the walking areas?
If I could try to address that, it's all part of the master plan that council approved for the Sportsplex master plan, with how this road would be a spine road through the district, and also have walking trails and amenities that would all connect together. So this is all part of that master plan to actually provide that connectivity. As Mike said, it's all greenfield currently, so this is building that infrastructure and then the connectivity to all these different sites. Right now, there is none.
We would consider those existing trails, any of that connectivity that would be needed as part of this project.
Trails are, again, part of that master plan. You can see exactly kind of where they're going to go and then how to move pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars through the area.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 39.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilman Rizzo to approve agenda item 39, second by Councilmember McKinney. Do we have any other discussion on the motion? Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 6-0. Okay, next up, we have agenda item number 40. Consider the approval and agreement with Coleman and Associates, LLC, for preliminary design services for the downtown Kyle in the amount not to exceed $63,000. Again, this is presenter David Lopez.
Thank you. Okay, so a little background on this project. Back in March 2025, City Council had a workshop and outlined some short-term and some long-term goals for the vision for downtown. The long-term goals included things like parking solutions and maybe engagement with some businesses and making it more attractive, and also having better mobility through the site. Some short-term goals included beautification of downtown and providing that overall connectivity through the park system, maybe having parkways and Mary Kyle Hartson as a hub. we did a feasibility study with Coleman and Associates for initially for Front Street across Center Street. Because of that, what came out of the visioning workshop in March, we decided to expand that scope of work. And so as you can see here, again, there's the original scope, which was very limited to Front Street. And then the expanded scope for the vision would be incorporating some of that service road, coming down Center Street and having Front Street still incorporated, Mary Collardson Park, just beyond Burleson, connectivity to the train depot, to the park, even to the water tower to highlight some of those existing assets that we all love downtown, but making it more pedestrian friendly. And we think there's a lot of possibilities with that. So the scope for this expanded early design contract with Coleman and Associates would include things like public input, overall site analysis, actually using the PROS master plan as well as the downtown master plan and the mobility plan as important information pieces for the scope, having all the landscaping incorporated into the project, and eventually getting to some 3D renderings that would also spark further feedback and would get us closer to the end zone on this one. This contract would bring us all the way to 15% design. So again, just a comparison of the framework and over 2003 to present, and this would be an important baseline for the project. Here's some inspirational imagery. Of course, the Kyle experience is going to be unique, but this is just a demonstration of what's possible with good mobility plans throughout the site and making those sidewalks pedestrian friendly and also friendly for the residents as well as businesses coexisting successfully, bringing a lot of entertainment and also weaving in some nice, beautiful green spaces that are inviting for all types of community impact events. So because Coleman was engaged for the initial part of this, we wanted to expand on and use some economies of scale. And so we're proposing a professional services exemption for this project. And the recommendation is to approve the agreement for a not to exceed amount of $63,000 for this early design contract. Staff recommends approving this contract with Coleman and Associates. And I'll take questions at this time.
All right, does anybody have any questions on this item? This is downtown.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 40.
Second.
Okay.
And discussion, I just want to say, hey, it's great to see that we're investing in our downtown, beautifying our historic downtown. That's awesome. Thank you, David.
Yes, sir.
Okay, motion was made by Councilman Rizzo and second by Councilmember McKinney. Is there any discussion on the item? Mayor Mitchell, you got any questions? No. Okay. All right, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? Okay. Item passes 6-0. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, we have, next item is going to be receive a report to hold a discussion to provide staff feedback regarding the feasibility study for historical archives. This is the presenter, Leslie Scott, Director of Library Services.
Good evening, Council. Leslie Scott, Director of Library Services. This evening to talk to you about the creation of a city entity for historical archives. So on March 18th, Council tasked the staff with conducting a study and making recommendations regarding the establishment of a Kyle Historical Archive Board. We identified options for forming a city-sponsored organization and an outline of potential key initiatives. On July 15th, we presented research feedback and consultation options, and Council directed staff to return with pricing options of a feasibility study. So the background is the city of Kyle has accumulated a range of historical materials, records, and artifacts over time, many of which need cataloging, evaluated, and preserved. As community interest in honoring and documenting the city's history grows, Council has expressed support for exploring the establishment of a historical archive board to guide policy, stewardship, and community engagement related to these materials. To support this effort, staff recommends issuing an RFQ to engage a qualified consultant to assess the city's existing historical assets, recommend a governance structure for a standing historical archive board, and define a clear vision and scope for the city's archive program to move forward. The feasibility study scope and cost estimate breakdown includes, this would be the proposed RFQ to request proposals for a focused scope of work that includes the following. The first is a historical archive assessment. We have a low estimate of 15, a high of 30. This would include analysis of existing historical assets, both physical and digital, identify preservation needs and risks, conduct stakeholder interviews and community listening sessions, provide findings and recommendations in a summarized report. Portion 2 would be a board formation and governance framework, low of 15,000, high of 25,000. This would facilitate a visioning process with city leadership and community stakeholders. Recommend a governance structure as in the board composition, authority, terms, mission, outline the board's potential roles in stewardship, public access, and education, and provide a roadmap for board establishment and onboarding. Portion 3 would be project articulation and strategic alignment, a low of 3,000, a high of 7,000 estimated. This would be a draft of mission, values, and scope of the city's archive program, align proposed governance and program vision of council priorities and community values, and then a final deliverable will provide council with a comprehensive yet actionable plan to formalize historical preservation efforts through community-based governance alignment with best practices. And then a fourth portion would be technical analysis, a low of 2,500 and a high of 5,000. This would be a hardware, software, and storage needs assessment, a municipal IT infrastructure capacity assessment, and then a digitized strategy. So the estimated cost that we are talking about is a low of 35,500 and a high of 67,000. So the recommendation is staff recommends the council authorize the issuance of an RFQ for historical archive assessment and government's framework development study with a scope that includes, and this is just a recap of those kind of headings of evaluation of existing historical materials and preservation needs, community-informed visioning for the city's historical preservation efforts, development of a governance model for a future historical archive board, alignment of the program with strategic and cultural goals of the city. This initiative will help establish a sustainable, community-rooted approach to preserving and celebrating Kyle's history. So we're looking for direction from City Council to direct staff to proceed with issuing an RFQ for historical archives assessment and governance framework development study, direct staff to continue researching options or other direction. And we recommend that we move forward with an RFQ.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. I think it's a really good use of our money to preserve our history and resources. I'm excited about looking at how do we preserve this stuff and I guess archive it and stuff. But with this, I'm kind of looking at this like, okay, if we do this, we get the assessment, we know what we need. I'm looking at later, will we need a person, like a person in charge of historical archiving for the city? I'm
Yes.
seeing that in the future being needed.
And that's what this study will tell us is exactly what we need and what their credentials should be, their education. And it will tell us the technology we will need for that. There likely will be software, hardware involved. It will give us the guide of what we need to do to be successful.
Yeah, I guess surrounding cities might have this as well.
Very similar, yes.
Buda or Wimberley
So
type of city has.
Everyone differs slightly, but where they differ from us, I think the greatest is that they've already had something in place over a long term, and this would be all new to us.
Right.
So it's important to start it.
Yeah.
Start it well.
Yeah, I mean, and history doesn't have to be like 100-year-old history. I mean, there's history 25, 30 years ago. We don't know the mayors that were elected then. We don't know that like the major ribbon cuttings
Correct.
of the city. And like when this I think Mayor Mitchell was showing me pictures of this building first being built. And, you know, I didn't think about how important that was, but it is a keystone building now. And there's going to continue to be more. So we need to have the ability to capture those moments in our time to preserve them for the future generations, right?
Yes.
So that's how I see this. This is something I definitely would support.
Anybody else? Councilman Rizzo?
Yeah, I just want to thank Mayor Mitchell for getting this process started, for taking a deep interest in the history of Kyle. It's really important. When I was growing up here as a little boy, it was 1,800 people here. 1,800 people. We're now 70,000. I keep thinking the importance of what we've lost, and that's our history. A lot of people don't know how Kyle was funded. People don't know that Stagecoach Road, where I live, that was the stage line from San Antonio to Austin. That was the main thoroughfare for the stagecoach. That's things that have been lost here. There's a well there nearby where they would water the horses, and soldiers would come through as well and water their horses. There's a lot of history here that hasn't been, that new people don't know about. So it's important to document that, to allow them. In order to move forward as a city, you need to know where you come from. You got to know your history. So it's really important that we're doing this. I want to thank Mayor Mitchell for really wanting to ask the question of what is Kyle, right? Who is Kyle? What's his identity? Where does it come from? And this is going to do that. I'm excited. I'm really excited for people to learn, the new residents of Kyle to learn more about the history of Kyle. I'm learning stuff I didn't know about with seeing some of the archived pictures and some of the old council meetings. I'm really excited. It's going to be a great thing for our citizens, and I'm glad that it's going to be accessible, and looking forward to it. So thank y'all.
Comment.
Dr. Harris?
I want to thank Mayor Mitchell for his initiatives on this. He has dredged up some of the most amazing things that have been lost. We have very few city records even from our history. And it does, like Councilmember Zuniga said, it's not even ancient history, even current history, close in history, 10 or 20 years ago. We don't even have that. So Mayor Mitchell has done a marvelous job in finding where some of this is. Boxes and boxes and boxes of it that need preservation. And that is historic preservation is definitely a very skilled thing. So we don't take that lightly. I don't know that any of the cities around us have a real preservation department. They have, record keeping, but that's not the same as historical preservation. And I would like to thank Preservation Associates, Lila Knight, and the others in that group for our monthly meetings on historic preservation that have been so educational. And as far as Old Stagecoach Road, not only was it the stagecoaches, but that was Camino Real. We talk about Camino Real all the time. Well, there were two. One goes to the east, is to the east of us, but still pretty much within Kyle. And the other one is Old Stagecoach Road, went down to the Sacred Springs. So the Native Americans used that as a trail, even long before our history here. So I think that helping our people in our community understand the depth of the history here will be phenomenally valuable.
Can I just, jump in, share a little personal stuff? So, like, the animal shelter that we used to have, that KPD had, that was a post office. People don't know that anymore. I have a boy. He's in elementary school, but I tell him I went to Kyle Elementary. Right across from it, that's the library, the library that I knew. That in the summers I'd go and check out books out of. That's the only thing that I could afford to get, right? A free book. And like, these are like special things to me. So, when the mayor was bringing it up, I was like, oh, he's not that serious about it. But now it is pretty serious, so, and then I spent some time searching for maps, because I actually then, he got the bug in my ear, so I started trying to find if I could find Kyle unique things. And I only came across like the Johnson book, the Kyle Panther book, but I was trying to find maps. So those would be like things that I would like to see if we could find in our archives, like old original maps of Kyle. I know the county does a great job of this stuff, but I'd like to find out where are our surveys, where are the surveys that the city had in those early 80s. To me, the 80s, the 70s, those would be the years I'd like to find. But I know there's much more than that. And so it's important to save this kind of stuff for people like me who grew up around this city.
Yeah, Mayor Mitchell, do you have anything you want to add real quick, sir?
Well, I appreciate the kind words. I will tell you that you be careful, because it's like a bug. Once you kind of get in, this is what Lila and I have bonded over recently, because she has the bug and has had it her whole life. But I think it was what Councilmember Zuniga and Councilmember Harris both kind of hinted at. The real, there's two parts to this. One is preserving our history, but the second part is really, how do we teach our history? How do we display it? How do we get it into the minds of our community? And because we have so many new people here, they're not thinking about Kyle history, and that's a problem. And I think it's incumbent upon us to fix it. And if we don't care about our history, then why would we expect the community to also? And I was telling Robert, there's a story in Anne Strome's book about Cal Rogers, the airplane, the pilot who flew the transcontinental flight, or attempted. There was like a $50,000 prize that was given to go coast to coast, and he was one of the few that were trying. And he flies into Austin on his way to California, and he circles the Capitol, and everybody in Kyle knows that he's coming, because he turns and comes south. It's part of his planned route, and so people are coming outside, and his engine fails, and he crashes in Kyle. It's 1 mile north of downtown Kyle. And so there's this picture, and he survived, but he had to stay there while they ship in a new engine. It's that's a really cool story, and we should be talking about these kinds of things. And I learned about this just not too long ago, and I think that the archives, there's so many people who came before us who loved Kyle history, and many of them are still with us, and we need to find a way, I think, just to start to ingrain that DNA into the culture of the actual city administration, so that we can celebrate it. And I think if we can continue forward with this plan, if this may be the only thing that I want to volunteer to do with the city after I'm gone for a while, is just to participate in some of these discussions, and because it's great. I absolutely have been just loving, the deep dive to try to find new information about the city. And you, Councilmember Zuniga, you're right when you say that we don't have a lot of history, even from 20 years ago. But there are it's out there. And so one great partner we have that we need to be engaged with, and I've been so grateful for Ashley Kanye with the Ace Free Press, and Cindy Barton, from before, Bob Barton, that group, Kate Johnson, Bill Johnson, they were all, they loved the press, they loved photography, they loved preservation, and they loved history. And so even though the city itself doesn't have a lot of that history readily accessible, it's out there. And we need to find ways to make all of those folks, our allies in this quest. And I think they generally would be eager to help, because they love the community and they love history too. once you start to see just how much information is out there, you will realize that we do know a lot about the mayors from 20 and 30 and 40 years ago. And it takes a while to find the information, but there's some really cool stuff that I'm excited to see revealed coming soon. And it'll make you, once you read it, once you like embrace it, then like you'll see your town differently, and you'll understand your place in history differently, and the long legacy of those who came before and the battles they fought, and how sometimes history repeats itself. There's a lot of conversations that we had tonight with the community that the water rate increases. That's not the first time, not the 10th time that the city of Kyle has dealt with water issues and tax rate issues and debt questions and infrastructure questions, and that's just a little piece of the history. So yes, I'm very excited for Leslie bringing this forward and taking the reins, because I can only do just so much, and it's not on me. It's a community effort. I'm super happy to be a part of it. I'm as pumped for creating a great archive that can be displayed as maybe anything that I'm doing right now. I'm kind of obsessing over it a little bit. But anyway, thank you for letting me talk, and I'm excited for this.
Yep, and there's one thing that I remember also is at one time we had the Dwyer family. They actually had a newspaper called the Kyle Eagle that was actually right down over here on the corner by the Silver House. They actually had the print shop there. So it's just to kind of counter off of what we're saying about the city itself and the landmarks and the watering holes and the buildings itself. It's also understanding the people that were here, the residents that made the impact, the Sam and Blas Tenorio, the Tenorio family, the Chapa Flower Company across the street, Mr. Bobby Alexander and his feed store that's right over there, when they brought in all the grain from all the farmers from the east side of Kyle off of 150 and then back in those fields off of green pastures, and understanding the history of that. And it goes back to what Mayor Mitchell says: how do we teach it to the younger generation or the people that move here, and showing them where our city was? And who knows, maybe we'll have a visiting center one day, and we will have all those displayed as far as artifacts, photographs, and so forth. But I think we're on the right track, and I appreciate everybody's comments, and of course all the hard work you're doing, Mayor, of preserving what our city is. So. Okay, and so do we?
I would just add one more quick thing, that in 2008, the Hayes Free Press was broken into, and they stole one of their servers, and the Hayes Free Press lost a lot of information that day. I don't know that they have ever been able to recover. Now they're a cornucopia of information, so they have a lot more, but they lost something important. And if you go, I can't see Jennifer over there, but she'll tell you, and Marco was around too. We once had a time when our server was backing up, and it backed up. It backed up every day, and at one point the backup took more than 24 hours, which meant that it started again before it finished, and it crashed our server. And then who knows what kind of information we had, but like a ton, like all of our old videos and council meeting, just information, data that we had, records that we had, was wiped away. And so that is lost. And I keep hoping maybe there'll be some way to find some of that again. But the lesson here is this commission is designed, an archives commission is designed to make it so that never happens again. That what do we have? We take survey of what we have now, we get it put together, we get it organized, and then we preserve it in such a way that it can be, that it's not going to burn down in a fire, or at least, that we've thought about all of those things, we've separated out our history to really preserve it well. Because you got to think not just about the next generation, but what about 5 generations from now, 10 generations from now? That would be the goal, is to find a way to get this information and hand it off to them ahead many years into the future. I think that's a really worthwhile goal, and I think the whole community will find it rewarding once we finally get going, where we can start to reveal some of this.
All right. Anybody else have any other comments?
I think we have the direction to proceed with the RFQ, and so unless there's any other comments, we'll get moving with that, and then we'll bring that back to you as soon as we have it. We don't need to vote for this one.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. We're on, I know it's late, but we're going to continue on. We got agenda item number 42, receive a report and hold discussion to provide staff feedback regarding the upcoming 2025 Christmas decorating services, Lake Kyle, La Verde, and Kyle Hartson Parks.
Thank you. City Manager Langley joked about it being Christmas in August when we first tried to bring this, and now it's September and it's coming upon us quickly. So we're going to run through this as efficiently as possible to be sensitive to time. But here's the 2024 recap of our Christmas programming, and namely our lighting in parks. Is we had La Verde Park with Grinch Fest for the first time last year. Great lighting display, as well as Mary Kyle Hartson, which is a huge hit. And we also added Lake Kyle, as well as our 25 days programming beginning at the beginning of December. And we ran it through January 2nd last year, so the way the weekends fell. But the primary program is Thursday through Sunday. And then, of course, we do the Santa rides in Kyle. So just some photos of some previous events. All right, so what we're looking to do in 2025 is to relight those same parks, Mary Kyle Hartson, Lake Kyle, and La Verde. We want to expand our features, so we have 2024 as the baseline. We want to be bigger and brighter and better. We want to refurbish or replace all of our hardware and brackets for the banners that are featured throughout the city. And we want to talk about the opportunity to possibly light the water tower. So this is Mary Kyle Hartson last year, minus all of the tree lighting. So it was a great and popular display. This year we're looking to replace some of the key components. The southern portion of the park had the coffee cup, and this year we're going to go with a large walk-through cake feature. We're adding penguins. We're going to have bigger and taller reindeer. We're going to have a candy cane entrance in lieu of the gingerbread house with 2 nutcrackers. We're going to light up the canopies more, as well as increase the features by 15%. Not featured here is something we're working on, which is a large Feliz Navidad, as large or larger than the Kyle one you see featured. So here's just a quick comparison of those two. And we're going to go further into the trees, but be sensitive to the trees. 30% may not seem like a lot, but working through it, we're going to start a little earlier to make sure we can enhance that a little more and also protect our trees. This is Lake Kyle last year, and there was mostly lighting along the walkway. This year, we're going to continue that lighting. We're going to enhance what's being featured in the trees, and we're adding some larger features that are also interactive. Here's the contrast, and here's some photos of the features we're going to be adding. And then La Verde Park. That was a really fun event last year, despite the rain. One thing that we learned last year, I guess that was maybe, the Grinch really liked it. So that last year we got some requests for improvements with where we placed the large tree. It was nice for photo ops, but it also created some viewing obstruction from the stage. So we're adding a lot more features this year, and then we're going to relocate that tree. And so we still think we have a great photo op, but it's not going to be blocking the stage like it did last year. And here's some of the new features we're going to be adding for the Grinch Fest. There's the comparison. Just looks brighter. All right, and then for the water tower, and so we've got a lot of requests to see what we can do with the water tower this year, and this would be a one-time cost to purchase the lights and install lighting. LEDs was what we're going to see capture, that we can change the colors and themes seasonally. Here's what, of course, that's going to be downward-facing lighting, so it'll be dark skies compliant. And this isn't Christmas theme, it's more Mardi Gras, but here's an idea of what it would look like. There you go. And could even change it so when the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, it can be silver and blue. But for those of you who are offended by that, fret not. I'm not sure when that's going to happen, ever. Sorry, year. Okay, so it's just we wanted to give you guys a report of what we're going to be featuring, and we're excited about the possibility of the water tower. We wanted to get your feedback on it at this time, and if we do, if we're comfortable with lighting the water tower as suggested and proposed, we would make the order immediately because that lead time is 8 weeks, and installation could take another 2 to 4 weeks. So that would put us right at that December 1 timeline for moving on that. All right.
Councilmember Tobias.
Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, just, wow, you don't know how exciting this is right now. You know, growing up as a kid, anytime we went out of town or we coming home, we'd see the water tower when you were home. It's been the beacon for this city forever. As I became an adult and I'd leave the state and coming home, as soon as I traveled, whether it's 14 hours, 24 hours from Camp Pendleton home or wherever, it was the beacon of the city. Once I saw the water tower, I was home. It felt really good. I know we've got a lot of new residents, but their children will feel it. Their kids growing up here in Kyle, when they get home, when they become adults, go to college, come back, when they see the water tower, it's going to be the beacon that they're looking for, and it's going to feel like home. It's just the amazing feeling that you get being a part of Kyle that long, that when you see that water tower, you know you're home. It's the symbol of home for me. And this is something that I've been looking forward to for a long time, seeing us light up that beacon, highlighting what's awesome about Kyle history, right? This water tower is our history. It's been there forever. And to be able to light up like this, I mean, I'm really, really excited. I tried to do this years back. Unfortunately, it didn't happen right. I'm just going to leave it at that. But to see it now coming forward, I'm really excited. I want to thank staff. I want to thank you all for finding a way to bring this forward and to light up our beacon. This is something we should always highlight as a city. As I'm looking around campaign signs, I see these water towers on their campaign signs, but do they truly understand what this water tower is? This is the beacon that tells you you're home. This is what you feel like when you're born and raised here. This is the beacon. It's important. Thank you. That's all I can say to staff. Thank y'all. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. I love the plans for lighting the water tower. It's interesting. My dark sky heart, you're talking about maintaining dark sky, and I'm looking at the I-35 with the tech stop giant spotlights going BB gun. But I also would like very much for us to consider being able in future years to use Lake Kyle more effectively. I think we're missing a beautiful opportunity to have displays on the lake, maybe choirs at the lake, and really make that a really beautiful, beautiful spot. Just lighting up the walkway, you go to nowhere just lighting up the walkway. But if there are reflected designs along the lake itself or in the lake, it's pretty deep for that, but along the dam and along the walkway and some entertainment there, I just think it is an opportunity we might want to explore in future years.
Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you, David. I think all the new additions to the Christmas lighting is well planned out, and it's going to be great. Last year was awesome. If that's the benchmark, you're trying to exceed that. So that's great. And to Councilmember Rizzo, lighting up the water tower. that's iconic to our city. I know where his heart is and his passion is for it because I feel it too. I feel it as a young kid. Riding in the school bus, that's the thing that you would see from a distance. You're leaving it, you're coming into the city. So it does mean something to a lot of us growing up around here. So I'd also like to see, what condition is it in? Let's keep preserving that water tower too. If we could do an assessment of, any cracks or rust, just to make sure that we're staying on top of that iconic feature. I mean, every city has, a lot of cities have their water tower, but, Kyle's is different in the colors and the location.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
So council members, like the last item, it's not an action item for a vote, just get a general
Proceed.
direction. I think everyone's pleased unless there's any other
I
feedback.
think we're all in favor.
We'll go
Yeah.
down this path.
Yes.
And I did want to make a note that item 43, Councilmember Heiser, since he had to jump off of the meeting, he's asked to postpone that to the next meeting. So
Okay.
if you're comfortable with that.
Sure, we'll
we made it.
table that
Item
item.
42.
Yep. Okay, anything else?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second. We are adjourned. Thank you. Good night.
Everyone.